Alright then, so we're in for a little bit of a ride here today, I think, based on the choices I've made and the opportunity I was given. Specifically, I'm saying an opportunity I was given because this is another day where we are playing a Lurkit game. Speaking of, actually I should name. There we go. Making a small adjustment to the title to remind everybody that that is a thing that's happening here, just in case anybody gets confused. So, to finish that thought that I was just on, today is another Lurkit day. I was granted a key for the remaster of Class of Heroes 3, which came out today, specifically. The embargo on this did end before this, but I didn't have time to fit it in. So, that's how this ends up working out. You know how it is. We've all been there, we all do these things. No real stress to worry about there. So what this is a dungeon crawling RPG where you are in a class of students all learning to be heroes. It's not a complicated concept, particularly. Apparently this is a fairly well-known series. Like, I'm familiar with Acquire. Acquire does very good things. So I'm not shocked that this is niche but well enjoyed. It essentially ends up being the situation, it seems, there. One thing that I did notice that confused me a little bit is when I was testing things out, I had a very hard time leaving the game. I could not find a main menu at all, which was a bit odd, but maybe you have to get further in before it actually gives you access to a main menu. Because I mostly just did introductory dialogue and a couple steps into the introductory dungeon to make sure everything moved and sounded fine. Which, the audio is still potentially a little scuffed. I don't think it'll be too big a problem, but there's a chance where some of the audio may still end up a bit loud. I did adjust it all, as you can see, but just caveat, be advised that there may end up being a couple audio spikes here and there. There was only so much that I did for this, so your mileage may vary. What else did I want to talk about before we started this? Because there was something else I wanted to mention specifically. Oh yeah, I will be trying to read everything out because we're going to be spending a decent amount of time on this today. So that's how that's going to play out. It is voiced, but it seems to only be voiced in Japanese. So unless you can understand that, it doesn't really help you much. As such, actually, I'm going to go ahead and bump this down just a little bit more, as that'll also affect battle voices, which are probably going to repeat a bit, because that's just the nature of how battle voices in something like this end up going. So we'll just work around that preemptively. But yeah, I don't think there's too much else to talk about right now. Let's just go ahead and get in there. Class of Heroes 3 has 3 unique schools. Start the game by selecting whichever you prefer. Now, I don't know what effects this choice has, but I did take a look at each of them, and I'm still torn. Because we have the Draken Academy, an orthodox old-school adventurer school. This is the oldest school on this continent, and the students take pride in that. It even has graduates who are true champions of the people. Christiana Institute, a learning institute that always pushes the envelope, claims to have the most cutting-edge teaching techniques and facilities. Their goal is to nurture the flag bearers of the next generation. And Takashiro College, a school full of descendants of distant migrants who arrived here in ancient times. They maintain their independence and isolation even after much time had passed and their cultural unity progressed. It has a unique culture and teaching system. Now, I feel like the name kind of gives away why I'm leaning towards Draken Academy a little bit, but I also run very old school setups here for the most part, so I feel like that kind of fits me as well. But I like the designs for Pressiana Institute more. And I do like the idea of being the cutting edge school, where they're trying new things instead of just following the old ways. So I could not make a choice between these two. I really am still stuck on that one. This one I didn't even really consider too much, because I feel like if this does have actual effects, this is probably going to be the most complex one. And for the purposes of what we're showing off here today, that didn't seem like a good idea. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip a coin, and that'll decide whether we go to Draken Academy or Pressiana Institute. Alright. Draken Academy won the toss, so we're going there. Line up! Stand up straight, transfer students. You did well choosing this school. My name is Dresden, and this is the glorious Draken Academy, where I'll hammer into you the basics of adventuring. By learning here, you'll see both deadly adventures and paths that lead to glory. There's a little event to celebrate your arrival. Go to the gymnasium. Go, go, go! Dear transfer students, congratulations on your enrollment. I'm not sure why a statue's talking to me, but we'll figure that out. I am the principal here, and my name is Gestalt. Our Draken Academy is the adventure school with the longest history and traditions. The ideal behind its founding, inherited from the age of myth, is to raise champions who would keep the land peaceful and eventually fly off into the world. Learn what you can from your teachers here in school. Hone your skills and your friendship with your fellow students in the wilds and dungeons. And although not as innovative as the Pressiana Institute, or as well versed in combat or culture as the honored Takashiro College, our school will become a wonderful place. Welcome to Draken. Thank you for your speech. Wasn't much, but that ended the transfer ceremony. A warm welcome to you all. I'm the school doctor, Katja. You call me Miss Katja. Is this your first time seeing a fallen angel, Celestia? You shouldn't judge a book by its cover. I'm not thinking of doing bad stuff or becoming the goddess of the new world. Or anything like that. If you're hurt during your adventures, I'll gently fix you up, so just come to the infirmary whenever you need it. Right, next you should go to the staff room for the enrollment, where you'll put down your names, races, and your preferred courses. Once you're done with enrollment, Mr. Dresden will take you on a school tour. Oh, also, I'll give you permission to go to the first dungeon, the Dark Journey Forest. You do get a different dungeon with each of them. I believe the one for Pressiana was like Welcoming Grove or something like that. Transfer students went to the staff room for the enrollment process. So here's where you can either assemble a party based on the existing characters you're given, which we'll take a quick look at all of them here so you can get an idea what the options are. You got Shogo here, who is a common human. Chiaki, the dwarf martial artist. Achan, the Felber fighter. Ryu, the Abomin knight. Hikaru, the AIDS thief. Asamin, the Celestia photomancer. Yoshimasa, the Diablos pyromancer. Guy, the fairy hydromancer. Sakuya, the elf aeromancer. Sukazuchi, the gnome geomancer. Robin, the elf hunter. Yuki, the Diablos umbermancer, and that's it. So most of the classes are represented as far as your basic classes go immediately. Now, if you want to know what the other remaining options are, we actually can't look at that on that screen. We need to go to courses. There we go. Oh, there are different starting courses. Because the row below this one here, that is, was available to the other school. So that does change. Okay. Because we've got puppeteers, tricksters, patissiers, pastors, doctors, and pirates. Whereas we had journalist, otaku, tsundere, little brother, and something else those were genuinely the class names before anybody's like, what the hell is this man on about? I could go back and show you, but there's no convenient way to go back from this point. So we're locked in. And of course, we'll just roll through what all these classes are right quick so you get an idea what we're getting into. Common is your basic all-rounder. They can learn a few of everything, basically. Fighters are basic combat. They get real good offensive and defensive stats. Knights learn support spells. They're kind of like a paladin would be in other games, more or less. Martial artist, similar to fighter, but probably, yeah, they use unarmed rather than armed. Thief is your basic steal things, probably pick locks, disarm traps type deal. No, they focus on vitality and luck, which is interesting, not actually focusing agility. So I guess luck might be the disarming and such skill for this game? Stat, rather? Hunters focus on attack spells in ranged combat, gaining agility. Pyromancers, fire magic. Hydromancers, water magic. Aeromancer. It goes down the line and they're all exactly what they say on the tin. Don't think we really need to focus on any of these too much. Their stat growth is similar, it looks like. Now, I'm curious about some of these down here, because these seem to be the more unique classes. The Puppeteer, a specialized all-rounder course, can learn debuff and support spells, gradually increases the same stats as the casters. The Trickster can learn trickery, gradually increases agility, luck, and more, and their main weapon is a card. We might go for that, because I think that'll be an interesting choice. Is we will be enrolling ourselves. We won't be sitting there and creating a whole roster of characters, but I figure at least throwing ourselves into the mix makes sense. Patassier, which looks to be some manner of cook, gradually increases strength, vitality, and more as grade improves. Doesn't really say too much about what it does. It's just called a specialized all-rounder, so that's not the most helpful information. Okay, there we go. We can learn what they can learn, it looks like. Looks like a lot of bonus damage against individual creature types. Ooh, can use an item repeatedly. Interesting. I do like the idea of it having dual wielding. And I guess that the hammers are for tenderizing. Surviving a kill hit would be nice. Pastor, I assume, is just priest. So they get exorcism, demon hunting. Ooh, they can pass MP around. That could be very useful. Interesting that they get a throwing bonus. Like, the books make sense, but the throwing is interesting. Barriers, that makes sense. That's all they get? Yeah, that's the entire list. Huh, interesting. Doctor, of course, does not get much in the way of skills. Oh, because they get spells. Okay. So skills and spells are separate. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. And it looks like these are all still shortened from their origins, because I believe this was a... it was either PSP or Vita. I want to say it was PSP series. I just saw that information and it's escaped me already. Of course, there's no magic for a pirate. They have null magic right there. Better against fish and humans. They can get bonus items, so that's always good. Stealing. Ooh, interesting. So there's a timing mechanic to some characters, at least. Okay, yeah, thievery applies to unlocking doors, identifying traps, and disarming traps. That just makes sense. Good, good. Let's go back to these two, because we didn't actually look at their listing here. They do learn a little bit of magic. Specifically, they can debuff, as was mentioned. That's actually probably going to be very helpful, reducing enemy encounters. And of course, just a magic card attack, because why not? They have the timing attack too. Okay, so you can either have good evasion or good armor. You can't have both with something like Keen Eye. You get extra attacks. Okay. We can potentially interrupt attacks. That's very good. They get a boost to whips, even though cards seem to be their main weapon. They don't seem to get too many things, but I'm going to assume, like in other dungeon crawlers, whips are something you can use from the back rank, but still attack enemies that are in front of the party, so that may be useful. And of course, we also have the Gunner, which seems to be a class that every school can get, but it's a human-only course, as you see there. That's pretty much what you'd expect a Gunner to do, as well as... No, that doesn't... Yeah, it does have Certified Thief right there. I was looking for Thievery, not Certified Thief. That's why that didn't quite work. That implies, though... Ah! Okay, so that slot down here is whatever the race-specific class is. So Dwarves get Berserker. The Felper get Beast, which can learn a lot of skills but no spells, and gain bonus agility. The Bahamon get Drago Knight, which fits with the name. Learn light spells. Obviously get a breath attack. Ooh, they can wield all weapons in both hands, and they do get a decent bit of spells. Those do seem useful. Obviously, we don't know when they'll learn these. We might be able to pick. We'll find out when we actually get into gameplay properly here. The Kulaz learn Feng Shui, which is certainly an interesting idea. Looks like it's focused on bells and exorcisms. A lot of elemental attacks as well, with one debuff associated with each of them. Celestia, of course, become a fallen angel like we were just talking to. They can learn all kinds of fun things. Float does seem like it'd be a vitally important ability to have as well for dodging like damage floors, because if there's anything I've learned in a variety of these first-person dungeon crawlers, it's that they love to put damage tiles everywhere. So having somebody that can float the party away from that would probably be important. So we may consider that. They also get true dual wielding. And they're focused on scythes, which makes a bit of sense. And they get a good amount of spells. Okay. So that's definitely a potential. And the counterpart, the Diablos, gets Necromancer. Which also has a breath attack. Interesting. Protection against some... Huh. So they prevent death once, which is similar to Guts, except it doesn't put them to 1 hit point, or at least doesn't say directly that it does. Good to know, good to know. And of course they get a fairly wide variety of spells, it looks like, though focused on attacking a soul. Attacking with souls, rather. So that's interesting. They're basically raising the dead for a single attack, it looks like. That's actually a decent way of handling a Necromancer. And then we have the Fairy Sage, which also learns Float. Can deal with magic creatures. They're good with books. They can pass around MP and restore it when they're walking, so basically we could just let them restore their MP, then hand the full bar off to somebody else, and then restore the next bar down the line. Good amount of spells as you'd expect from a Sage, no real shockers there. Teleport would be a good thing to have. And I guess with a search spell, you wouldn't necessarily need somebody who can check for traps, but I would rather have a non-magic requiring way of doing that. Elves become elementalists. They can do well against a variety of things. Use harps. Okay. Small amount of spells, which is just a much more friendly version of the Necromancer, it looks like. Just summoning elementals instead of dead things. Makes sense. Gnomes, of course, become alchemists. I do want alchemy on the team. That does seem very useful. Just because being able to make your own items probably is vital at points. And they get item storm as well, which would be good for using the items that they're making. Decent amount of magic as well. No telling what'll happen with Ragnarok. That makes sense. It'll do something. What? Something. And you are also an elf, so we just see the same thing. Okay, I think we've covered all the race-specific classes now, and a primer on all the rest of them. So, I guess let's get in here and become what I'm going to be. It's interesting that that ends up being a mouse-controlled bit when it didn't really seem like I had mouse control otherwise when I was testing that. So let's have a look at the stat lines of all of these races. Humans are, of course, pretty flat and boring across the board. They have slightly increased vitality and luck. Elves are pivoted towards agility, intelligence, and mind. Dwarves toward power, mind, and vitality. Gnomes toward intellect, mind, and a little bit of a boost to luck, but the rest of their stat line is kind of terrifyingly bad. Kulas are focused on luck and agility, so they're natural thieves and such. Fairies, again, similar case of lots of agility and luck, just more agility than luck. Felpers are agility and vitality. Bahamut are power and vitality, which makes sense with the special class they have. Diaboros are intelligence and vitality, so they'd probably be solid caster types, with a little bit of durability and power behind them. Celestia are similar, but they are focused on mind and luck instead. And there we go, we're back around again. I'm very torn as to my race choice. His Bahamut seemed to be the dragon-like race, so if I was staying on brand, I would be a Bahamut. The problem is that doesn't fit any of the classes I was leaning towards choosing. So I could either take the hard road for my class and still be on brand, or I could pick a race that is better suited to what I'm gonna want. And I'm tempted toward being a gnome for the alchemy. I'll be honest. There may be other class options that give you access to alchemy that I don't know about, but I have no way of knowing that. So that's where this gets a little tricky, you know? Because my two leanings right now are Trickster and Alchemist, as far as my primary leanings go. And if I were to go Trickster, since they need luck, it'd probably be like a Kulas. So I don't know if you can change classes. I assume you can. I could always just make a gnome if I don't become the gnome. Or turn one of the gnomes that are already in existence into an alchemist. Yeah, we'll stay on brand. Male, of course. Of the two male options, I'm leaning a little more toward this one. Yeah, that'll work. Since we are in that color, I like the mix between those. What kind of voices we got? Let's just go back the other way. Yeah, this is pretty standard. I don't know what I was expecting. Yeah, I'm just gonna stick with that one. I feel like this is not going to be the smart choice. I mean, the alternative is I go pirate, which would fit the stat line we have, and that would still give me thievery. I'm naturally drawn to trickster though. So even though this is not going to be the right choice for aligning my stats, I'm gonna still take trickster and see how this ends up playing out. Because we can also use our bonus points to kind of bolster what our main stat presumably is, which is luck. And I need that agility stat to not be horrendous. I'm assuming since tricksters do get a bit of magic, that a little bit of intelligence is going to be necessary as well. And again, no, they don't have that much magic. I don't know if I really need that much intelligence. As much as I feel weird not having much intelligence. Feel like that's a decent stat line on the whole, though. We'll give the luck one more bump. There we go. There we go. We exist in this land now, and we'll just adapt everything around us to suit our purposes from here. So let's see. Gonna need to have a gnome in order to turn them into a trickster. So I guess we won't have this geomancer anymore. They will be a gnome instead. They will be a alchemist instead. I probably butchered every word I was trying to say there, but you understood where the idea was going. You will be an alchemist. You have a new purpose in your life. Now that is one downside, is everybody else starts at level 2 and we're gonna be level 1. So that might backfire on me in a miserable way. But I'm also assuming I'm gonna not want to be on the front line. So we can make that work from there. The downside I'm seeing, well, actually no, maybe we do end up on the front line. On the basis of we won't have that many backline casters if I take up a slot in the backline. So I would have to have... I actually almost might have to have a healer and not have any attack casters if I'm in the back rank. Based on the logic of we're going to be bringing the alchemist. But then again, alchemy might be good for healing. Based on the fact that they can just use a bunch of healing items with Item Storm. We might be able to make that work. The alternative being we bring a caster who would be an either or bring a knight to handle some of the support healing while also being something sturdy in the front. Depends on how those spells end up working. But we'll organize a party now and see what I can make happen. Let's have a look through the lot of you. I have no real interest specifically in Shogo because I feel like the common's not going to be that interesting. Martial artist is a potential, but I would prefer to keep people that are fast and fairly stable. So we might take Achan because a fast fighter is useful. If I'm gonna go with the logic I was talking about with having a knight, we kind of need to take Ryu. Does mean we have 2 Bahamons on the team, but that's not exactly a negative. The alternative is we also just change what class any of these are to suit our purposes as well. Do you learn any... I can't display your spells on this screen for some reason. You do learn Float as a Photomancer, so there is... Oh, bloody hell. Some of the information layout here is a little fiddly. Light damage, light damage. You do have a heal. That's what I was looking for. You get a multi-heal... No, you get a full heal. You do get a multi-heal and a multi-strong heal. You get a revive. You might be the back rank caster we're taking then. Because you can sort out all the negatives while also still having some attacking options. Really depends on if the other elemental casters get anything like that, which I'm betting they don't. You get some stat boosting things. They do seem to all get the support spells to exit and like float and all of that. You do get a very basic heal as a pyromancer, which makes a degree of sense. How about you? What kind of healing do you get? It looks like everybody gets the same list, but in their flavor. So yeah, I think we might take the Photomancer just to have a bit of bed hedging. We'll have reduced attacking options, but we'll still have all the support casting we need with a little bit of attacking. So it's looking like you. But then again, if we take the Knight, we don't need all the support casting. The only thing that I'm still torn on is whether I put the Trickster in the front. Because I feel like that's not a good idea. What does my health look like? 15! Yeah, no. Front rank is not the one for that. It leaves me with these two unless I change somebody else's class. Because presumably none of the rest of this is gonna have high health. Because most of this is support characters or casters. And I know we're sitting here for a while making these decisions, but it's important for something like this. How does your stats look? Yeah, no, you would not survive either. You have 43. I mean, I guess we could do that. Bring Chiaki. That would give us a good variety of our frontliners available as well. And they would probably be the cheapest one to keep equipped because they wouldn't need weapons? Unless there are specific, like, fist weapons and such in this, which I don't know. So that's not a bad idea. And then we take the Photomancer, the Alchemist, and myself. Assuming this works, which I don't know if this entirely works the way I think it does. Welcome. Oh, wait, no. Congratulations on enrolling? For some reason, a fairy child was wearing a teacher's crest. That face, you're doubting me. I'm a teacher, a child, sure, but I learned so much so quickly that I skipped all the grades and became a teacher. I can teach you all kinds of courses, but I specialize in the thief curriculum. Call me Miss Spiel. Mr. Dresden was busy, so I'll be the guide for your tour. Okay, let's go. I don't need a tour. It's fine. Huh? Really? Well, wanting to learn things by yourself is good too. Do your best. I don't think we need an explanation of all of these basic functions. I think we got that. Like, it's all pretty self-explanatory. Admittedly, the lab, I presume, will let me just make things the same way alchemy would, but alchemy probably works in the field. Oh my, welcome to the lab. This is your first time doing alchemy? I love first times. I'll gently lead you through it. The explanation for alchemy might be important, because alchemy systems in every game is different, so sure, I'll hear you out on this one. Then let's start with synthesis and dismantling. Synthesis is alchemy that combines items to create new items. Dismantling is taking out an item's base and separating it into multiple items. When you master synthesis and dismantling, you'll be able to create powerful weapons and items. Let's have you experience it. Take this trial sling. Go on and dismantle it, then read the alchemy book and take it apart. Gently. You say gently a lot, lady. I just want you to know that. Tell me when you're finished. You can dismantle it here or use the alchemist skill. Now go on and enjoy your first time. Gonna assume, even though it says decompose here, that's what I'm supposed to do. Yep, dismantle. Just a little bit of a wording thing there. Success! Split, sling, and wood junk. We did the thing. You haven't learned the basics of alchemy. Listen to your teacher to find out how it's done. Wow, you're good. Such a beautiful dismantling. Next, I'll teach you about item synthesis. When dismantling the trial sling, you got a split sling, didn't you? The split sling is the trial sling's scrap, or waste, and it can be the basis of a trial sling. Basically, if you want to synthesize a trial sling, you must have at least one split sling. With that in mind, let's try synthesizing a trial sling. I expected this to be more complicated, which is why I bothered to listen to this. I have some regrets. Now, it's not like you can create a trial sling with just a split sling. We're not wizards here, we're just alchemists. A trial sling can only be completed when you have another material besides a split sling. That's what wood junk that came out when you dismantled it. Basically, you're synthesizing the scrap, the split sling, and the material, the wood junk. And that creates the product, the split sling, the trial sling. One of those things. Now go and synthesize the trial sling. Alchemy is the marriage of material. Measure the nature of the elements as you proceed, carefully. What, not gently this time? I'm waiting to hear of your success. Alright, so we put this and this together. Yep, that one. Ta-da! We made the thing we just broke. Hooray. Good work synthesizing that. Have you learned the basics of dismantling and synthesis yet? If you want to learn the recipes for various items, consider buying them at the store. Looking at them will make it easy to know what you need for what you want. And finally, let me give you a little present. It's a set of items you need to upgrade a weapons through synthesis. Okay, so we can upgrade the trial sling with those. Whetstone and wood junk, one of each. You can use these to upgrade a trial sling. Upgrading can make items stronger than before. Try it out. Remember that weapons need whetstones and armor needs hardstones. When you get used to upgrading, do it many times on your favorite weapon. Loving just one forever is wonderful in its own way. Anyway, that's it for basic alchemy knowledge. Stop by again whenever you want. Don't question what I was talking about. It's fine. Yes. No questions here. So why do I have the wood junk? I guess I need this too? Yeah, because now it turns into strengthen instead of it potentially doing something else. Da-da-da. So I guess you need more of the material as well as the whetstone or the armor stone, then. Makes a degree of sense. We do know how to make a variety of things already, it seems, so that's good to know. Like, we've got a bunch of basic concepts we understand. I wonder why some of these have W. Everything that's two-handed has a W on it. So I'm going to assume that's a sign that it's a two-handed weapon, though I don't know why they used W for it, but it's fine. Yeah, all we seem to have is a dagger, an alchemy uniform, academy shoes. I don't know why my brain thought that I was saying it wrong in the trial sling. So does that mean none of you lot have equipment? How do I look at your equipment? Well, one problem at a time. What can I afford? The answer, absolutely nothing. Based on the no money that I have. I mean, we could buy a map, but why would I take the easy way out and buy a map? That just seems like a silly decision. Get the feeling that might be why an alchemist will be a good idea, is the fact that things are expensive in this world. So taking just random junk and being able to turn it into useful things is going to make a difference. And there being an uncurse option is worrying. But off we go, I think. Because there's not really any sense in worrying about anything else now. Okay, time for your first adventure. The wilds and the dungeons are full of dangers and monsters. Let me explain the combat system so you don't panic when you run into them. I'm sure I'll be fine. You don't need an explanation? You seem pretty confident. Alright, let's see what you got then. Did you hear enough about battles? Let's move on to compatibility. It's very important in your fights. This is your first time using compatibility, huh? Let me give you a very special lesson on the basics of this. For the purposes of what I'm doing here, I don't think I'm going to need to hear that explanation either. I'm going to assume compatibility is different party members work better together. Oh my, are you a little grown-up who's seen bitter and then sweet? Well, I suppose I have no role here. Sure does have some word choice there, huh? Oh, off we go. We can't go to the Way of Broken Bonds, so off to the Dark Journey Forest. As you can see, we're now in the first-person dungeon crawling segment, where we just walk around and then things attack us. We've got some birds, it looks like. You could pulverize, except you don't... Yeah, you don't have the MP to use that. Okay, very good. Just hit it. The Kukawa. You have sturdiness, which raises defense. Don't really need that right now either. Assuming these things aren't that strong, which could be a mistake on my part to assume. Light shield to combat darkness. Small light orb. Probably shouldn't go burning your magic just yet. Looks like I can't attack from back here either. Oh, so I guess this is just a racial skill? Not actually a class skill. Okay, sure. Kukawa attacked Achan in a flash. Hit one time, received one. Charge. Hit one. Okay, yeah, these things are not that strong. To no one's particular surprise, your first encounter is not going to kill you. Made one progress in their courses, and everybody looks like they're leveling up, so that's good. Broken Fang acquired. Ironically enough, me, the level 1 idiot over here, is the only one who didn't gain a level. I get the feeling I'm gonna spend a lot of this behind. What was that? That was weird. Over in my bot, I saw something pop up and then disappear? That was a little bit weird. Maybe it disconnected like the Twitch chat did for a moment. Couple birds. Don't think we need to think this one through too much. Just beat them up. There we go. Some more birds have been destroyed. Got a smoke bomb. Okay, that's a gate. I thought that was gonna be like something barring us from going through there. Is there a map by any chance that I can use? Whoop. Sidestepped into a monster. That's a lot of birds. Oh yeah, because they got a surprise attack, so everybody's just kind of watching. Even though there's a lot of them, I'm not too concerned. But, in the interest of moving this along, let's blast them. Admittedly, the alchemist doesn't really have much to do unless they have items to use, it looks like. It doesn't cost me anything to do my breath attack, so I may as well just breath attack. It looks like it's not an AoE like it makes it look like. I think it's just a random enemy gets hit. Oh wow, those things have straight up just no health. Is a 9 damage attack killed them. I am suddenly much less concerned about getting rid of them. Did that say? Oh, it was a split axe. Okay, so I guess we could make this split axe into a real axe by making a combination. Now that I'm out here... Aha, there we go. This is where all the other menus were. Okay, for some reason I didn't expect it to be triangle. For everything. That's on me for not looking. And yeah, there's the relationship chart. We're not gonna worry about that right now. Though I'm presuming that that'll be very important. Wait, you can change courses even when we're out here? That's interesting. Okay. And yeah, everybody looks like they do start with basic equipment. Since I changed you, that's why I had the uniform and the shoes and everything. It's because you didn't have your gear anymore because you changed classes. That makes nothing but sense. Since you're gonna be the alchemist, who's not gonna have a lot of purpose other than using items right now, let's give you the sling and have you just flinging rocks from back here. Since I can do the breath attack and Asamin can use her magic. That makes the most sense, I think. And since we have some stuff, we can actually, as soon as I figure out how, use our alchemy. Okay, it cycles only to those two because they're the only ones with spells. How do I field alchemy? Ah, there we go. I have to select the item. Okay. So if I, for example, use the split axe and a broken fang, what do I make? Answer seems to be nothing. This is not giving me an immediate prompt. You'll notice it's not giving me the go-ahead to, yeah, do the thing. So I'm assuming those two don't go together. And it's probably not a, you just throw whatever together. Unless maybe I need to do that? No, that doesn't work either. So I'm assuming the recipes do matter and you can't just make whatever or nonsense. Then again, yeah, because this is attack junk as well. So I guess that's why those two don't work together. I need something that's synthesis material other than a whetstone, probably, before I can actually make that axe a reality. Okay, there's just a... Oh, right, I probably have to check the ground for it. Steel tater. Okay. Just got a metal potato. Actually, is that? Oh! There we go, that's synthesis material. Maybe now it'll work. Nope. How about the broken frog? Does that work with that? No. Rip. I'm gonna assume I want to just keep carrying on, because we haven't really been in that much danger or anything. More birds! Oh no, not all the birds. Whatever will we do against the army of birds? Hit 'em. Hit 'em very hard. And now you can attack from back there. I'll keep breathing on them. It's not like they have to take active part in combat to gain experience, so it's not like it'll be a problem if Asamin just waits until she's needed. We could easily just get a hold of another sling for her, too. Or something of that nature to give her a means of attacking from back here. Broken cow and yakitori. Okay. Don't really know what a broken cow has to do with anything, but I'm going to assume that I can alchemize that. Yep, it's another attack junk. And yakitori's food, as one would expect. I'm not gonna worry about trying to synthesize that right now. That's different. Vacuum weasels. Okay. Well, let's treat them the same as we did the birds for the moment and see if they do anything interesting. Okay, they at least hit harder. Not a lot harder, but they do more than 1 damage and they don't die instantly. So me splitting my damage up is gonna actually come back to bite me a bit here. We're actually gonna have more than a round of combat. What do you know? Yeah, I think we're fine. I was debating having her participate, but I don't think there's any reason to right now. Oh, there's a stun coming out. Okay. My breath attack really is not doing any damage to these things, though. And again, neither's the sling, but that's not really a shock there. Go ahead and heal Ryu, and we'll just carry on. Still knocked out. There we go, she woke up. Everything is fine. And heal Chiaki, and we'll just keep on hitting them, though they're probably gonna be dead before too much happens now. Maybe not. There we go. Another broken frog. I'm gonna assume combining two broken frogs wouldn't make a not broken frog. Okay, I need to move closer to the chest. I don't think I have my ability to it says poison dart, but do we trust that? We'll find out. Well, I was correct that it was a poison dart trap, but I fucked up disarming it. I am now poisoned, and I'm going to assume that's bad for me. Silly concept, I know, assuming that a poison status is bad. But considering I'm the only one with a very small health pool, being poisoned seems like it's going to be a very, very crucial problem. So we're going home before I die of poison. Which, as it stands, I'm already going to have to try to heal to avoid dying of poison. Which, admittedly, also means I might be able to just walk my way to victory by just spamming heal. But I'd rather not do that. On the bright side, the poison damage doesn't seem to be too fast. But we're doing reasonably well for our forced foray, aside from the immediate poisoning of the weakest member of the party, who still has not gained a level, I might add. So I'm getting kind of worried about that. Exit, I think, is this way. I think this is... I wasn't paying attention, and I'm now dead. Well, I'm going to assume that's going to cost us to fix. And you know what's really going to make sure I don't gain levels? Dying. Really could do without the screaming every time we bump into a wall, kids. Come on now. It's just a wall. It's not a monster. That's a monster. See, you dealt with the monster just fine. I'm so many levels behind. Puffstone. Okay. I also very clearly went the wrong way. Maybe I do want to buy a map, because I kind of expected there to be a map without needing to buy one, and might be wrong about that. Based on the no map in here, and the no map that we have in front of us. Controls. Yep, there is no map button, so I'm going to assume I have to use the map item in order to be able to have a map of the area. So we will be buying a map when we get home. Wait, no, there we go. Display map. We definitely do need a map in order to have a map, because I hit the display map button and nothing happened. There's the exit. Oh no. Gee, I wonder what these things could be. I do appreciate that they actually do the question mark creature thing, though, that a bunch of this type of game will do. Which, it's scary when you encounter something for the first time and you're stuck with just its silhouette, and it's like, okay, what are we dealing with here? But when you've already encountered the monster and then you get the silhouette version, it's a little silly. It's like, huh, I wonder, could it be that it's the thing we fought before? There we go. Another split axe. Oh, wow. There's actually quite a bit of a world map. Gonna assume I need to go to the infirmary. Okay, reincarnate resets them. Okay, at least it's only $10 to fix dead. So there's that at least. It could have been much worse. We'll sleep in our rooms to get everybody's MP and health back. Okay, so I can access this menu on this screen too. I don't know why I was having so much trouble figuring out how to do that before then. And yeah, everybody other than me needs a lot of experience now. I'm going to assume they must have just all been positioned near level 3 as a means of, like, boosting you along a little bit. Are you at 0% of your progress in your class? Everybody was supposed to be making progress in their class. Maybe it's because they're not... No, because they've been participating with the sling, though. But maybe when they're using the wrong things? I don't know. I'm not really sure how that works. But I'm clearly missing some variety of information. Out of the junk we've picked up, I don't think we need 2 of those. Nor do we need 2 of those. We did make a lot of money just walking around the little bit we did, so we can actually do some stuff here. Let's look at weapons specifically, because I want to see what else we have that might have some reach that we can get. A fishing rod? Okay, it's a... You know what? Fair enough, it's a rod. I get it. I get it. Handguns are damn expensive, but that makes sense. There's a big Oma. Toy made of small metal lumps. Throwing them directly is immoral. I see. There's the camera for the journalist. Enco. Oh, it's a card. Okay. Well, our whole thing is supposed to be using cards. The fact that it's short range, though, tells me I have done a bad by putting myself in the back rank if I'm gonna try to do this. Oh, wait, no, this one has range. I guess just the basic card doesn't have range. So we just won't use a card at first. It's that simple. Yeah, based on how much weapons cost, it really does seem like they're encouraging you to make your own stuff. Which makes a degree of sense. Can I buy materials? I can. This is probably the stuff I need in order to make anything. So let's just grab a handful of these things and see what we can do here. Hope you're ready for making a lot of things using synthesis, because that's what I'm gonna be doing here. Trying to figure out how any of this works. We'll grab a little bit of the higher end material too to see if I can turn any of the stuff we have into level 2 gear. I should probably just look at the recipes. Yeah, it's gonna take... That's probably why I was having trouble as well, is the fact that it takes multiple pieces of each item. Oh, no, a dagger only takes 1, but a poison knife needs 9. Okay. So where are the axes? 5 iron junk to make the axe. Okay. That's a little sad. Throwable in combat when used as an item. Okay. But I'm assuming it's gone once it's used that way. That would make the most sense anyway. So we need to go buy some more metal in order to do that. And how much does an axe cost? Yeah, we are going to save money by doing that. I should have kept the other split axe. Because even buying the iron junk, we would be making money doing that. Not to mention, I presume a good axe will be good for our fighter as well. Well, can't really say that this is going to be a good axe, but it's better than no axe. There we go. We have an axe now. Oh, we did get another broken sling as well. It's interesting that it says... Oh, wait, that's why. The axe is still there. But if I put these two things together, it won't work the same way it did in the tutorial, I presume. It's interesting, though, that it shows multiple alchemy results, but you can't actually act on that until you have a recipe fulfilled of some kind. And if I look for the sling... I'm gonna assume it's 5 wood junk, probably, to make a regular sling. Wherever that is in this list. 6 wood junk. That is decently powerful, so I do think we're gonna want one. And again, it'll give more people opportunities to take action without having to burn magic. And I'll just need to keep in mind that nothing works with just one item and another item. You need a decent amount of material to make anything. Which leaves me wondering what I need in order to make the broken cow and such into something. I could decompose the dagger as well. It would just only give me a rusty dagger and 1 iron junk, so I don't think it's worth doing that. Probably better served selling it. Then again, it's also basically worthless. I guess we could hang on to it in case something bad happens to one of our weapons instead. You will get the new axe. I presume, considering your class's symbol is an axe would be best for you. Can I actually look at that? Yeah, you get better with swords specifically, not axes, even though the symbol for your class is an axe. You get better with spears, and you, of course, are fists. So no, you don't actually have anything specific for axes, so the axe is actually not beneficial to you other than just being better than the dagger right now. Fair enough. Can you dual wield at the moment? No, you cannot. I presume they need to reach the point where they actually can learn that. And I don't know what the thresholds for these things are yet. But I presume it's related to the percentage that they have for their main subject. And it being a main subject also implies that they can pick up extracurricular classes or secondary courses or whatever they want to call them to, like, have multi-classes involved. So that'll be interesting when you can get to that. There's something else I was going to do before I went back out in the field, and I, for the life of me, can't think of what it is. Yeah, I do at least have basic gear. That was another thing I was kind of worried about, was, do I actually have gear on the created character, or does he start with nothing like some old dungeon crawlers would do to you? Yeah, that trial sling is horrendous, so here, take that. This way you have a function on the team. Which means I should probably just dismantle that trial sling and make another better sling. Hi! Hey Faye, how's it going? There we go. Now that we got that split sling again, we'll go ahead and make another better sling. Because I want stuff, and having stuff seems like a good idea. There we go. Yes. As much as I would love to try to make other things than what we've been making, I just don't think I... Oh, interesting. So I guess that specific split sling is coded to just be a trial sling? Even though it's the same item designation as the... Huh. Yeah, I guess that is just always going to be a trial sling, so... Let's get rid of that, because it's useless to me. Wherever it ended up in here. This item does not have a price. So I can't even sell it. Let's see. I don't know what the deal with the frog and cow is still. There's not anything that mentions those in here, right? We don't even know how to make armor yet. No, we do know how to make some armor. Is the cow or anything down here? No. Okay, so you can upgrade the materials to better materials as well when you have a bunch of them. Good to keep in mind as far as that goes. So refining is an option. The depth potential here is quite high. But I also heard that going into this, based on the little bit of research I did on this series ahead of time, that there would be like an absurd amount of depth if you're willing to dig into it. And it does seem to expect you to dig into that depth in order to survive. Like, if you do not actually dive in there, you're going to have a rough go. But then again, y'all saw that already with how I died as far as our created character goes fairly quickly. And nothing stands out as needing a cow. But I also don't know if the items fill in as you get them. I'm going to assume you have to actually do the recipe in order for it to tell you anything, or buy the item like they told us to. Does it want wood junk? No, it does not want wood junk, or at least it doesn't want 7 wood junk. I like that it just spits the item it doesn't need out at the end, just like, no, didn't need that, get out of here with that. Let me go to our inventory for a second. Is this split sling is useless? Go away. There we go. Because that's the one that always turns into a trial sling. So, it's in our... Wait. Oh! Give me that back. So one of two things must be true based on what just happened there. Either you can buy back... Yeah, you can only buy back things you sold. For a second there, I thought it was telling me that if I sold the shop items, like in some games, it would actually allow you to keep buying it from them. But clearly that's not the case, because the item disappeared after we bought it. I mean, at the very least, we do want Knuckles for our martial artist, so maybe I should just buy them? I'll need to double check to see if we actually know the recipe for that. And unfortunately, armor is very expensive, so we're not buying any of that right now. We can grab some gloves, though. And then we can see about learning how to make more of those. But it is only 1 defense. 1 defense is not that exciting. Might be necessary, but it's not that exciting. Speaking of not that exciting, I know what I'm doing isn't that exciting, but just bear with me. Okay, yeah, I need an iron fist and 3 iron junk to make my own Knuckles, and I'm betting I can make them cheaper than they're selling them. Except I don't have the... Right, I don't have the scrap for it, so now we'll just buy the Knuckles. there we go. Now you'll be much more effective. And I presume having the correct weapon for your subject probably boosts them learning their subject. That would make sense anyway. I could get the iron junk out of these daggers, and they're only worth 10 each, so they probably are more valuable to me as iron than they are as daggers. So I don't think I have enough. Yeah, no, I only have, I think, the one iron junk. Because what I'm going to do is make another axe for the knight as well, just to make sure that they have a better weapon than the dagger on hand. So let's buy 2 iron junk, and then we'll convert the daggers into more iron. At some point, the materials from these might actually turn out to be useful to us. Where's that third dagger? There we go. Oh, god damn it. I don't like how things end up getting stuck up there, or sometimes. It's kind of a problem. I'm trying to move quickly, and it ends up being a problem because it's all sitting up there. Okay, there we go. That's all 3 daggers. This, and then these. I think it's 5 to make the axe. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Finally got it going. Apologies for the delay on that, but it's necessary to have better weapons. Well, maybe not necessary, but probably incredibly helpful to have better weapons. For as many of us as possible. Did I make the sling? I feel like I made the sling. Yeah, you still only have a dagger. You still only have a dagger. Did I buy all the parts for the sling and then not make the sling? Is that a thing that happened? More likely than you might think. Yep, I still have all the wood junk. Oh, right, because we don't have another split sling. That's why. Is the one we had was only turning into the trial sling. Never mind. Off we go. Back to the Dark Journey Forest. Which we can look at the map of now because I bought the map. I do appreciate that it still shows everything we had explored before getting the map. So somebody kept in mind what we saw and actually wrote it down after the fact. Yeah, no, that damage is overkill for these little things. It's nice to have 5 people that can actually... Oh, hey, there we go. There's the split axe I need. Actually, no, it wasn't another split axe I needed. I needed a sling. And the fact that it only sells for 100 when the axe costs like 2,000 something tells me that, we're finding things to sell them isn't really going to be the big winner here. At least not in the immediate. Or, I should say, it won't be on the basis of buying the material to make the item. We would need a way to find the item. Wait, this is the way we went before? No, this is another way we can go. So there's more than one exit from this section. Let's go have a look over here then. Considering I got poisoned going the other way, I'm interested in any path that doesn't involve that. These look like they'll poison me too. Pelt Skelt Caterpillar. Alright. Splatter these bugs as best we can and see how it goes. They do actual damage, so that's worrying. I'm going to assume accuracy matters because it looked like Achan did only 5 to one of the caterpillars, which I would presume is the attack not landing properly. Fancy dry meat, yakisoba bread. There we go. Now we're starting to get some interesting stuff. At least more interesting stuff. So I wonder if the reason why, in the little bit of research I did, that alchemists were recommended so much was just the fact you don't have to keep going back to go to the lab. Or it may be that it was an earlier game in the series that it focused that much on that. I don't know. There wasn't a ton of clarity on that. Also, there's 2 rows of these things here. So that could be a little bit of a problem. If we couldn't just one-shot them like we can now. At least nobody got knocked out this time so far. This might be enough to get me to level 2 finally. 2 progress in their courses, and yay, we're not level 1 anymore. We are still very behind everybody else. Ooh, we did find a torch. Check for traps. No trap. I'm not sure I believe that, but we'll open it anyway. Stone trap. I just got hit in the face with a rock, but we did get red innerwear +4. So that sounds useful? Question mark? Thin cloth that covers the whole body, painted red for extra special defenses. I see. Does seem useful though. 7 defense, 1 hit, 1 avoid, 5 magic defense, and it counts as armor. Which of you has less defense right now? Don't actually see regular defense. Oh wait, there it is. So Chiaki has the lowest regular defense to the front line. So you'll get the red innerwear. And that makes a lot of your stats go a lot better. So yep, there you go. We finally found something that's better. And would I be correct in assuming that I now know the recipe for that item? I can't look at recipes from here, but I would assume I now know that. And we may as well dismantle the academy uniform. Yeah, because that gets us string junk that we might be able to use for something else in the future. Torch just gets light, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, I think that's as good as we're gonna get at the second on that. Oh no! 2 different enemy types! What are we going to do? Hit them. Beat them with sticks until they stop moving. A reminder for anyone so inclined, since the automated message hasn't kicked in quite yet. If you're at all interested in the game, feel free to hit !lurkit in the chat there and you'll get a link to the game, which did come out today. So bear that in mind. If you enjoy dungeon crawling at all, it may be worth your while. Meanwhile, I will continue clobbering small birds. At least until something more dangerous shows up. We got another broken frog and a broken cow. I wonder what you... Okay, that was me going in a circle. Understood. Oh yeah, I did just straight up go in a circle. Okay. Another mixed group of enemies. We still haven't seen any more of those caterpillars, even though we're in the same area we encountered them. Our front line is getting chipped down, so I should probably heal them soon, but we're not in any danger at the moment, so I'll just heal them after the fight's over. Treasure chest! Is it trapped? Stone. Are you just saying stone because you got whacked in the forehead with a stone a minute ago? Well, he was right, and just failed at taking care of it again. I get the feeling that we don't actually know how to do this yet. Oh! Oh, that's a problem. I could have swore that Trickster learned thievery. Or was it because of the race of the one that I was looking at it with? Huh. So that's a problem. We don't actually have anybody that can do thievery, as it turns out, based on me not understanding how things work. That's an issue. That changes my plans a bit. One sec, y'all. Just verifying a thing for tomorrow. And did I do my thing correctly here? I did. Okay. Very good. Just making sure everything's going properly. Yeah, based on the fact that that doesn't have what I need it to have, we may actually be hopping out of Trickster then, even though Trickster's interesting. We may pivot to Pirate then. Even though that'll be detrimental in some ways. The hell? I got moved away from that chest for some reason. Magic Drain. I don't know if I believe you, but you know what? Learn. Chest wasn't trapped. Wood junk went in the bag. Okay, very good. Yeah, why am I getting bumped around here? What? Oh, there's just hidden arrows here. Okay. I guess that's a thing. That, I presume, is your tutorial that that is a thing that exists. Like, hey, you're gonna get just kind of shunted around randomly sometimes. Watch out for that. But yeah, we got a surprise round here, so we'll be able to clean them out pretty well. And the fact that there's a lot of them means this might actually be somewhat worth it for experience. Onigiri, hey, a broken sling. We can actually make a real sling out of that. Bomb. I hope I'm right about that. I was not. Rock in the face again. And we got a ripped eye uniform, so presumably that'll be... It might be the uniform of the other school? Yeah, it might be. But I also presume I'm not gonna have what I need to make it into a thing, but we'll try. Since we were coming in here to make the sling anyway. There we go, made a new sling. Do I have the iron for another axe? I don't think so, and I don't know why I would want another axe anyway. Don't we have some string? We do. There we go, Institute uniform. I don't know why I would want an Institute uniform, considering that is A, not our school, and B, presumably the same statistics as a academy uniform, but I have one now. If I ever want to go sneak into the other school, I can, I guess. Go ahead and give you the sling. There we go. Since I have my breath attack, I don't need the sling. So, presumably a sling for me would also be better, but that's one problem at a time. And yeah, these are the exact same. Nothing changes, not even visually, so... I guess I could sell it, though. And it'll be worth more than the ripped version would. So since there's a bunch of arrows down there, and it's a dead end down the other end... Unless there was something over here that I didn't... Oh yeah, there's an exit over there, which I think is why I got confused. Is I thought I was walking to that exit over there, not the one I ended up dealing with that took us back. I also forgot to heal the frontliners, but it's fine, they'll be okay. They can certainly handle that. I also forgot to... Okay, no, Asumin's attacking anyway. It defaults to attacking. I'm the only one not actually participating right now, and that's fine. Ooh, Ryu learned a new skill. Asumin learned new magic. We got a lot of stuff out of that. Poison gas. I don't know if I believe me, but you know what? Do it. Wasn't trapped. Leotard -1, so that's presumably cursed, since it's -1. Useful though. Very useful. Lots of stat ups. including 2 different max HP increases. I wonder why one of them's in orange. That's a little suspicious. So many broken cows. Don't understand. Oh, more combat immediately. It's birds. It's always birds. Hope you like the sound of people getting attacked, because we're gonna be hearing a bunch of that. Let me know if these sound effects are too loud. Is there a little on the louder side, but I don't think they're like majorly loud. That looks okay on the meters. Doesn't look ideal. There we go, Achan's level 4. Nobody else gained a level out of that somehow. So I guess there's a level difference regardless. In here, actually. Let me just bump that a little bit. Now, let's actually remember to heal everybody this time, shall we? We did get a bunch of free food, but we're also not using our Holy Caster's magic that much. Okay, so she learned how to light up the labyrinth a bit. Wow, you have so much health now. God damn. Okay, so that took more magic than I thought, because their health bars were a little further off of where they were supposed to be than expected. But it's fine, because now they should be good for a while again. Was there anything useful that we picked up? Yeah, we really did get a lot of food. Like, the fancy dry meat will be actually helpful if we ever end up in a real fight. We have so many broken cows! And I don't have enough wood for the broken sling to become a real sling at the moment. Would need a little bit more. Why is chat disconnecting so much? It's disconnected again. It's reconnected already, but it's worrying that it's disconnecting and reconnecting so much tonight. Makes me wonder if Twitch is having an issue. Which would not be ideal, as one might imagine. Oh! I just checked in here because I saw a big mushroom. I was expecting to pick up the mushroom and we got a medal instead. Neat. We got a Class of Heroes medal. I don't know what that does, but we have it. Assuming it's in my inventory. Let's have a look. Unless it got sorted somewhere weird. Nope, there it is. Very precious metals scattered throughout the world. Okay. These birds just don't know when to quit, huh? They really should know better by now. That they stand no chance. Another torch. There must be a dark section to this area or something, because they really seem to expect you to need to be able to make light somehow. Considering the first thing a photomancer learns is making light, and you get a bunch of torches from the enemies around here. That just makes the most sense. There we go. Another bunch of monsters dealt with, and another torch. But I also see no reason to upgrade any of the gear we're wearing, specifically. Another bird. I think this might lead around to where we were when I got poisoned. Okay. Nothing learned from that level, but we got another level. Okay, yeah, this looped around. So I was slightly wrong. This actually looped us back around to the main area. Did I go the wrong way? For what I was thinking I was doing? No, I definitely went through a different door. But I see what I did, yeah, because it does connect. I was just being silly. Then what do I want to do here? The answer is I think I have no reason to be in this room at all anymore. It makes me beg the question, of course, where am I supposed to be going in here? And the answer may surprise you in that I have no idea, but we'll figure it out. Till then, we'll just keep clobbering small birds with axes and rocks until morale improves. Or such a time as I find where I'm going. Gotta say though, the health difference between level 1 and level 2 for a Trickster is rather significant. As we went from 15 to 52. Hey, level 3. About the same amount of health increase as well, so I wonder if it's part the class and part the race involved there then. Or, I should say, part the stats you chose to begin with. Devilish Curse. Is that actually the case? Poison Dart Trap. Harp -4. Thanks. Thanks, me. Way to be the master of disarming. Which we have since learned I absolutely am not, but that's a whole other problem. So I guess part of the idea for this game probably ends up being you spend some time as one class to get the stats, and then you probably learn the skills of another class that you actually want. Let's see if it's actually stone. Hey, it actually was for a change. I did the thing, guys. I finally disarmed a trap correctly. Also, poison is percentage-based, it seems. But thankfully, it's automatically cured when we go back to the academy, so that's good. I wanted to call it a town, but it's like, no, it's a single building, man. You don't need to call it a town. It's okay. Even though academies can be towns in and of themselves. Just because of them having the facilities for everything the students need on campus. So does that mean I change my course? I don't know why I thought... Because I'm clearly wrong. I'm clearly wrong that the... Robbery... Yeah, because Certified Thief is what I need. So I guess we're hopping out of Trickster, even though we have 2 levels in Trickster. Which, what happens if I swap anyway? What does that do? I'm still level 3, so it's not... It doesn't affect that. It did remove my equipment, of course, but that's not a surprise. Academy uniform back on, and my shoes. Now, the problem is we're still gonna have the same issue of I don't have the reach to be useful back here. As a pirate. And we don't have access to a gun right now for a pirate to be particularly useful. And I'm assuming you learn these in order, probably? I don't actually know how that works. So it may be better if I go directly to Thief, because yeah, they learn Certified Thief immediately. Yeah, we'll be a thief then. This way we can actually get our lockpicking and everything reasonably quickly. I wonder if you keep abilities learned as a class as well when you swap around. Because otherwise, I may just be making myself terrible by hopping around like that. Yeah, because I still never learned any spells, so I have no way to check that, really. And yeah, you by default have Certified Thief as a thief, so now I can actually be more useful. I'm still not entirely sure how they learn things. Okay, you've got 9, but you've not really learned anything. Oh, apparently you have heating up already, which I did not realize. You do too. I am slightly confused by my own life decisions right now, don't mind me. It seems like all the frontliners just start with heating up. Okay. And yeah, you don't actually learn any healing, so I'm glad I took an actual healer along instead of just trusting knights to have healing abilities. Because this would have been an issue. Though I wonder, can I can just change you into a Drago Knight right now. You do learn cover just like a regular knight does as well. This will be a good way of proving if they keep what they learned from being a different class or not. The answer is no. You lose everything when you change classes. Good to know. But I think I'm happier having her follow her heritage and be a Drago Knight instead of a regular knight. Now that we learned all that they do as far as their spells go is provide minor buffs, which those buffs might be vitally important. Buffing can actually be a very big deal in dungeon crawlers of this type, so I wouldn't be surprised if that actually ends up being important. These cursed items are worth a decent amount. The alternative is that I actually break them down to try to make the non-cursed versions of them, or get the curses purified. Oh, they're not cursed. Why are they negative numbers then? I'm so used to negative meaning that they're cursed. I'm now confused. Unless maybe the curse isn't active because it's not on someone? Let's experiment. You can just equip that harp and then freely unequip it, so I guess it's not cursed. Okay. Meanwhile, if I dismantle them, what happens? Why do I still have somebody's academy uniform and shoes? Oh wait, because when I switched to being a thief, I did not re-equip again. That's why. Because that's what you do when you go to a different course in college, right? You just throw all your clothes on the ground and go, I'm a new man now! Why do I have this weird feeling that there's probably people out there that actually have done that? I can't actually dismantle that? Huh. Does this need something special to dismantle it? Bizarre. I can decompose the harp, though. Stringless harp and silver powder required. And I can't actually remake it, which is interesting. Why can't I dismantle the leotard? I could have dismantled the string. I managed to successfully dismantle the harp. I get this feeling that there's somebody out there who knows this game that's just crying now because I dismantled that harp, because it's probably actually useful. They've already put a hole in their monitor, so they're not going to see anything that happens afterwards. Bell, jingle bell. I was kind of assuming the harp would have been near here, but it's... Where the hell is a harp? It's not weapons anymore. Did I miss it? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, so at least it's the basic weapon of that type, so I don't have to feel too bad about that. It does have long range, though, so I could have given that to somebody in the back rank and made them more useful. Oh well. Speaking of, we do have some money, so let's buy some more gear for people. Specifically... Staves have reach? They do not. Okay. Some games give staves basic magic where they can actually, like, attack all the time. Iris is a book. Makes sense. It looks like something like this toy that's made for throwing would be the main choice for me to use right now if I wanted to give myself a weapon to stop using my breath attack all the time. Now then again, the whip does have medium range, so if I'd stayed a trickster, the whip would have been useful. I'd probably still use it, but I wouldn't have any benefits with it. Yeah, because my hit chance would raise, but my damage would be the same as the dagger, so I feel like that's just not worth it. Nothing else is gonna be able to reach. We could invest in some leather gloves for one of our frontliners. Or some... Nope, better shoes. I know, beach sandals. They're not better, though. Shields? Shields wouldn't be a bad idea, too. Let's grab a shield. I'm not gonna equip it on anybody immediately. I want to see if we now know the recipe for that. We might have already known the recipe for a shield. But I'm in the learning process at the moment. Small pot lid and iron chunk. Okay. That's also the only one that we do have the recipe for, so I presume we did in fact learn the recipe by buying the item in that particular case. But we certainly can't do that because we don't have a pot lid. So who's getting the shield? You both have identical defense. Your evasion's lower, so I guess I'll give you the shield. Is the detriment of lowering the evasion matters less for you because your evasion's already terrible. Is the logic there. And you are the one who's going to have the cover ability, so you having the highest defense is probably the smart call. And you have the lowest health of the frontliners, so you having higher defense also probably is a good call. I just realized her health is the lowest. Oh no, because we did pick up Knuckles for the fighter already. We can't buy another set of Knuckles, but I could have gotten Bognox, which would have been an improvement, but it's fine. I love that the shovel is the one-handed sword in this game, by the way. Like, not a basic, like, little sword like these over here. No, a short sword is instead a katana, and a shovel is a sword. There's just something very entertaining about that. Oh right, recipes. We can just buy recipes. Buy the cow and frog recipe so I understand what's going on with those. Buy the tier 2 sword recipe as well. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what else we might be able to viably make soon, is why I'm actually looking at all of these. Short bow would probably not be too bad to make, but I think a boomerang also wouldn't be that hard to make, and I feel like a boomerang might be a better idea. Okay, let's see if we can actually do any of those recipes. I do wish there was a way to sort this by more than just the stuff up here. Specifically, I would like to be able to, like, sort by known recipes or something like that. Oh, we might have known this recipe already. Because for some reason, we know a bunch of tier 2 recipes. But we know this now, and we need a split at one and then some iron junk. Which mostly seem to just be, like, bad version of thing plus metal. Why do we know how to make a drill blade? I don't know why we have the recipe for that. I guess maybe it was attached to the other recipe? Might be because we got silver? I'm not sure. We suddenly know a few recipes, and I don't know why. Okay. I'm studying our current knowledge here. I'm glad I didn't buy the drying pole recipe, because we apparently have that recipe already. I assume they'll let you buy recipes you already have and just be foolish. Yeah, I didn't need to buy that. We need a ripped whip and some thin skin to make that. There's so much in here. Staff. If we just find a split staff, we could make a staff, but there's no reason for us to make one, because... Well, then again, it does give some magic defense and some magic attack. So if you were using a caster purely for casting, you probably would want them to have staff. Short bow is stringless bow and blocks of wood. Okay, that's not terrible. We didn't buy that recipe, so I'm, again, unsure why we know that. Broken silver gun and some iron junk makes a BB gun. So... Okay, a hanger and a block of wood makes a boomerang. That's not that bad to make. Dwarves will gladly fetch these, even if they know they come back. But a hanger, crude shell, and iron junk will also make the Bigoma, which is the metal throwable. But the boomerang's just better, so I don't know why you'd ever make the Bigoma, aside from you need a block of wood, which I assume is a higher end material. I think I can buy those. Yeah, I can just buy blocks of wood. So the main thing I would need is the scrap pieces. Now, I did forget the thing I went to look in here for to begin with, which was the recipe for these damn cows and things. Where even do those live? They, like, in here? No. Also, why do the manuals... Oh, wait, no, that's a power transfer item. Okay, that makes sense, actually. That's a third disconnect from the chat room. Thanks, Twitch. Glad you're working great today. On the bright side, the bitrate's been solid as a rock this whole time, so I'm assuming everything's okay. I just don't know why it keeps disconnecting. You know what this would also benefit from? A search function. Hope you like that sound, because I'm gonna be scrolling for a bit. So I need to know what the deal with this cow thing is. But I can't find it. . Why is this so hard to find? Okay, there we go. Little cow and little frog, they're puppets. You know, in hindsight, that makes sense. It just needs string junk to make them. We finally solved the mystery, and I am disappointed. But if we buy some string, we can make them, so we can at least get money out of them. Assuming that they're not worth, like, nothing. Okay, yeah, it'll just spit out the extra one. So really what I should do is put the junk material in first, and then just put in the thing that I'll be combining with it afterwards, so I can just make more than one of them at a time. At least make more than one of them at a time quicker. Also, it's costing me money to do that here, which I only just now realized. So I've been wasting money doing that there, and okay, they do sell for 90 each, so they're debatably worth it. Also, I ended up with a little frog +1 out of that, which is the same value as the little cow, so I'm confused. It does give good magic attack and magic defense, so I might actually keep that and see if somebody can equip that. Sell the Institute uniform, because we don't need it. For anybody that's like, wow, he's making a lot of stupid mistakes, bear in mind, this is all just learned on the fly here, and I'm trying to keep things moving quickly. So I don't always think everything I'm doing through. Now where, oh where do I actually need to go in here? That's the best question of the day. I'm also probably spending more time figuring things out than I need to. Ooh, Chiaki learned a new skill. And now I should be better at settling things with traps. Ooh, silver powder, which we just got from that harp. So I wonder... I have to assume that it's a certain amount of silver powder makes the harp into a harp. Yeah, there's no other paths here, is there? I keep accidentally defending, as I lose track of who I'm selecting as I'm just mashing through attack on everyone else. So if I count wrong, it ends up wasting my turn. Which it's fine. It's not like any of these things are dangerous at the moment. Not now that we've gotten a little bit stronger. More new magic. Very good. So, let me take a look at something. So you learned Keen Eye. At least, yeah, I think that's the one they learned. So I guess every 10? They learned something? Yeah, because you have 10, but you didn't learn anything. Never mind, I don't know what I'm talking about still. You only have 6%, and you've learned more than one spell. Speaking of which, what's the other spell you've learned now? Undo an ally's silence. Okay. That might be useful at some point, I guess. And both of you have float, which is... Ooh, you negate instant kill effects. Neat. Maybe that's the thing that makes them important. I remain perplexed. Perhaps there was more explanation I should have actually paid attention to instead of just going off like this. But it's not like we're actually in any trouble, so I don't think it was important to worry about it too much. It just may have been a better idea for actually understanding what's happening. And it's just nice to see more games in this genre showing up, even if this is a remake. Suican. What does that do? What is armor? Extra max MP, magic resist, magic aug. It's a type of plain clothing born in a certain island country. Okay. And it's, I guess that's better against elemental and demonic damage? I don't know if circle is better or worse. I don't remember what that usually means, but it does have a magic attack bonus, so probably go for you for that. This way you get at all the magic benefits. Because you're the only one using actual magic here. At least anytime quick. Because I presume it doesn't count for things like my breath attack or anything. And as soon as I have a ranged weapon as well, I'm probably not going to be using it all the time. Like I have been. Oh, you know, there is a spot at the bottom right there. Maybe I missed my exit down there? There's also a spot over here, but that's just useless space. Okay. Spot up here. So this is just useless space as well. Okay. Unless there isn't something I'm specifically supposed to be doing here and you're supposed to just make a foray out and then report that you survived going out into the dungeon. But I feel like something would have happened automatically when we went back to the campus if I was supposed to have done something. We can check in a second, though. See if I even have a quest right now. Because I may have needed to actually go select a specific quest as well. Oh, an Iron Fist. Stone. Okay. Disarm the stone, and we got a harp. Yeah, I currently don't have any quests, so I think I might have dropped the ball on that one a little bit. But now we have a new harp, if I want to give that to somebody. We got a wind powder. Okay, Iron Fist is a component, not a weapon. Okay. In fact, I think we saw the Iron Fist listed for making the Bognox, actually. Okay, and this supplies wind element to a lower tier item. So I wonder if... I assume if I combine this with something we're using, then it'll become a wind item? If I'm understanding that correctly? So, alchemy... Just to use an example, if we put this dagger in with the wind powder... Wind dagger! Okay. Neat. So let's do this then. Give me your axe for a second. We're gonna work magic here. I don't know if this is gonna be a good idea to do. Winaxe! Da-ba-da. There you go. Now our fighter has elemental damage. That does seem to have made it better. No, it's still 9. They're both 19 attack. Never mind. I just saw numbers changing a bunch and I was like, ooh, made things better. That is not in fact true. But having wind element on her axe might matter in the future. We'll see. At least I could say I've done something with our alchemy now. I wonder if it'll change the effect it has on screen. Nope, doesn't seem like it. We'll know for sure when the other axe is swung. Oh no, it did change a bit. But that may just be that there's more than one animation for that weapon to begin with. It's just very funny to me just having a win axe. What does this axe do? Win. I see. Rebirth powder, iron junk. Look at all these times I'm not blowing myself up with traps now that I actually have somebody who can actually deal with traps. What a novel concept that is, huh? Okay, so that didn't matter. It didn't follow through and go all the way to the other spot that I was thinking about, though. You know what I'm really wishing I had right about now? Something with area effect to it, with how many enemies we keep having show up. Like, they're not really a threat either, and I could start running from them, but I need the money and the experience. So I kind of don't have a choice here but to slaughter them all. And they do drop treasure chests occasionally, so it's important to clear them on that basis as well. Last thing we need is to go to the next part and then immediately get bodied. Or fancy dry meat. Okay, really? You just saw what I did to the 12 of them, and you four think you got this, huh? You think you're the ones. We're totally tired out from dealing with the other guys that you'll take us out just fine. I think I can actually make that sling, and then I'll be able to use a sling just like everybody else is. And no, I don't have enough wood junk. Sad. I'm gonna assume that the stone doesn't make anything combined with a broken sling. That would just be silly. Alright, it's this one. Got rusty daggers, which won't help. Broken cows, broken frogs. Try doing something with the iron fist? Nope, stone doesn't do anything for that. I mean, I guess that's something I could do, actually, for a moment here, is put the tough stones in, and then just try combining it with a variety of different things and see if anything happens. Nope, didn't do anything with any of those. So we now know that 5 of that doesn't actually accomplish anything currently. And if I put 3 silver powder... Oh, 3 silver powder becomes silver, so there's that. If I put it in with the stringless harp, spits out a stringless harp. Right? That's not enough string junk. So we'd gotten the silver powder from the harp. So I was assuming I just recombine silver powder to the harp to make a harp, but it probably is just string to make the harp. At least in theory. And now we just mash our way to victory once again. I do enjoy the music in this game. There's nothing too wild happening there, but it's just enough to keep it interesting while you're just slamming your way through monsters. And since we have a moment and it hasn't automatically been prompted, I'm gonna go ahead and put the link for the game there up for y'all. Remember, the game came out today, so if you're interested, wishlist it, pick it up, you know what to do. Seems to be a very competent dungeon crawl thus far. if a little bit of a slow burn, but that's to be expected with the genre we're dealing with here. Okay, yeah, it was literally just this little chunk over here. So that was pointless as well. I'm going to assume I needed to have picked up a quest from the notice board, probably, in order for something more meaningful to be happening. But we just kind of loose cannoned off into the dungeon to try to learn about alchemy and get some levels. Which, you know, no real big shock there, right? Me just flying off to do things. No trap at all. Liar +5. Okay. Does that work? Just magic defense. So not super useful. It is higher damage, but not actually for me. You be able to use that effectively? No, your attack still goes down, but your magic attack does go up. So we'll give that to you anyway, and then I'll start slinging with the sling. Unless the harp would be better. The harp would have more attack, which is interesting. The Lyre +5 does have a vitality bonus on it. It's also a 1 attack difference, so I may as well give her the 1 extra vitality. And it's +5. I guess the Lyre is a 1 tier down item compared to the harp, but I thought the Lyre was listed after them. I'm confused. Not gonna worry about it. Our little angel over there has a harp, and now all is right with that line of logic. So going over there didn't accomplish anything. So either something to do with the arrow area over there, or it is exactly what I was saying, where we need to go to the notice board to do something. So let's go to the notice board, rather than worrying about doing anything else right now. Now that we've got a grasp of what we're doing and how to not die in the dungeon immediately. Not even gonna worry about setting up breath attacks or anything. I also no longer need to because I have a weapon, so... Yeah, the library has a notice board. Oh, apparently there's an interaction here that we didn't even notice. At the library, there was a girl reading a book in silence. You are? Oh, I did hear about some transfer students coming in. Regardless, my name is Short. I am of esteemed origin, so I believe you've heard of me? What is that face? Have you actually not heard about me? You rural commoners. I had no intention to reveal my status yet anyway. I'm a high-status lady that you would normally not even be allowed an audience with. What part of you're not revealing your status, but you're gonna say this anyway? You know, you're not making any sense right now. However, I also work as a librarian here. This means I must grant those notice board quests to those who come here. How vexing. Behold this grand library, the pride and joy of Draken. It also happens to be the royal library that records the history of the kingdom of Neustein. And because of tradition or whatnot, I must do this bothersome word. So there, go look at the notice board and come back to take a quest. Though try not to bother me too much. Yeah, you know, that's probably the quest I should have taken. Interesting that there's a 4-star quest right next to the 1-star quest. We'll just take the baby's first quest first. First test, eh? What? Is the name of the quest not obvious enough? Go to that Dresden and take the test. Aichan's party was chased out of the library. I don't think she appreciated our presence. Now, where is Dresden? That's the... Oh, there we go, report. Now you're here. What's with those faces? Oh, the librarian? There's an old pact between the academy and the country. It's like a tradition or something. Well, she's not very friendly right now, but I'm sure things will be nicer between you in time, surely. Just bear it for now. Anyway, the first test. It's customary for all freshmen to take one of my tests before they go out on proper explorations. But we already did. You fucking what? Knock it off. Get back in line. We'll figure it out later. Just transferred, so you've not done that yet. And so, we gotta fix that. Well, since it's your first adventure, I won't have you going anywhere that dangerous. But you gotta learn that adventuring is always life-threatening. I died already. Knock it off. Sure, our medical magic's advanced, and we haven't had students die for a long time. I died. Shut up. When I was young, adventuring was a chain of deaths and revivals. It was a youth with danger always at my side. Listen, never let your guard down and focus on coming back alive. Alright, here's your task. Just outside this academy, there's a place called Dark Journey Forest. Legend says that it was created when the first king of Neustein Kingdom we're in was once on a journey and dropped his staff, causing many huge trees to sprout. He's kinda clumsy, don't worry too much about it. There are reports of a demon-faced beast lurking in that forest. It's a ferocious thing. If we let it do as it pleases, it'll probably attack the nearby villages and farms. You know, just a thing they do. Start by beating that thing and bringing proof that you did. You can also do some warming up by beating the critters not that far from the academy. Now scram! Go, go, go! And we're out of here. Okay. Maybe it's a good thing that I did a little prep ahead of time, because that sounds like it might actually be reasonably strong. Or I'm going to absolutely make a joke of this. We'll find out. Wait. Why do I have... Her? Proud Fighter's inner light, and fear becomes darkness. I do like that I have an autopilot mechanic, so I can actually, like, run to the gates so I don't have to manually walk everywhere. That's helpful. I was kind of hoping it would autopilot me to my target. But I guess I don't know where the target is yet, so kind of hard to autopilot to somewhere you don't know where. Totally not getting slightly tired of the caw noise at all. How do you attack with that lyre at distance? Are you like firing arrows off the lyre strings? Just realized that. Sure, it's fine. Thornblade -5. I do like that it automatically picks the autopilot back up again after a fight's over. We'll take a look at that Thornblade in a moment and see if it's any good, even though it's -5. Iron Fist acquired. More treasure. Another stone. Apron +4. I presume that'll be E armor. Autopilot over. You're still wearing your academy uniform. This does boost MP, which isn't going to be that useful to you. It gives a bunch of avoid as well, so you don't really want the evasion. Oh, you already have the red innerwear, though. Well, I guess you'll get it, then. 'Cause I don't really have a reason to give her more evasion, because I already knocked her evasion down, and her evasion is straight up the worst. So I'd rather have these two have the evasion. So I would prefer the martial artist have the highest evade, because that just makes sense. Just not gonna worry about it. Oh yeah, the Thornblade was something we also wanted to look at. Even though it's -5, that's pretty good. 18 attack is nothing to sneeze at. Hit -2 instead of +2. The katana. Magic Riz plus... I'm going to assume that's bad against humanoid spirits and elementals, and it does extra damage to beasts and plants? And it has +1 luck? Though, I'm confused. It's got less attack. So why is the... Why does her attack go up when she equips it? Is she just better with that type of weapon? Eh? Actually, hang on, I have an idea. I have an idea that might help with this situation. It's that same old move that we've abused so much, alchemy. We're not decomposing it, though. Yep, I do have some whetstones. But apparently I need something else with the whetstone. Iron? Eh? Nope. Don't think I know the recipe for the thorn blade, so... Don't think I'd be able to recompose it. We'll just work with it as is then, and just... It feels weird using something -5. But if it works, it works. Like, I can't argue with the results at the end of the day, you know? You know what it might be? Her luck going up might be what made her attack go up. Like, her luck stat might have affected her attack more than the -1 actual attack on the weapon. More magic. More treasure! No trap, huh? Wasn't trapped. Tiny bone. Is the tiny bone... That's synthesis material. Okay. Good to know. Oh, these areas are named this, I guess. Okay. Does this say where in here I need to go? No. Just says Dark Journey Forest and defeat the demon-faced beast. Alright. Well, I presume it's deep in, so it'll probably be on one of these paths back here. That would just be a logical assumption. Because he said it was in here pretty far. Or at least that was the implication of what he was saying. Since the other things he was suggesting to fight were specifically nearer the academy. It is interesting that you can have multiple parties in play at once, too. So I wonder if you could, like, send a party to bring items to a party that's far out and in trouble. Because it does say that there's, like, ally search and such to pick up knocked out allies. So I guess if a party gets wiped out, they would actually be in the field still wiped out. You see, save students who are paralyzed, petrified, or incapacitated on this floor. So I wonder if that's a thing you'd have to do. If so, that's actually a neat angle on that instead of just having that end up being a fail state. Yeah, you can attack the back row. Look at you. Not gonna do that right now, but it's neat that you can do that. Keep that in mind for when we have more dangerous enemies. We also should check what Asamin's new spell is. I just completely forgot about that till now. Nothing new we can use. Unchaos. Okay, remove confusion. It is unfortunate that her spell pool is clogged with a bunch of different remove insert status hero effects instead of having anything else, but that's kind of what we brought her for, was having her remove statuses and heal people and things. I was just kind of hoping she'd get one of the better heal spells sooner, but we are still fairly low level. You know what? Maybe if you complete a course, maybe then you'll be able to carry over that stuff, the stuff from that course. Oh, you learned magic now. Magic did you learn? You learned small fireball. Well, that's still useful. If necessary, you now can throw fire at things. I completely forgot that the alchemist even learned basic magic. I literally just had him for the alchemy effects. A broken cow. I was excited for a second because I thought it said broken bow. Short sword +2, super chive. That is weaker. It is still another katana. Wisdom +1. Okay. These numbers still don't make sense. Is her attack's only going down by 1? 2, rather. Okay, no, it going down by 2 then suddenly makes sense. I just can't fathom this one, where her attack goes down by 2 when she switches to something that has 1 more attack. I assume the short sword's not going to be better than your wind axe. Yeah, no, not at all. So we could disassemble the short sword and try to get stuff out of that to do other things. And the sharp chive is just a synthesis item. Okay. Yeah, that would get me a lot of iron junk. Or I keep that to sell that. The only reason I'm even considering disassembling it for its iron is that I could then upgrade one of our weapons that I'm actually using with that iron. Okay, the beast doesn't seem to be back here anywhere. It's got to be around somewhere. Unless there's still an issue where I, like, missed a path that leads to another part of this area at some point. Okay, now you gained a level. Another broken cow, a heartstone, broken sling. We are getting a lot of stuff. And speaking of, how's everybody's course progress? 7, 5%, 9%, 14%, 2%, 14%. I don't understand how course progress works. Like, it has to be doing things involving your course. That's the only logic I can think of for this. So, like, the frontliners here doing mostly just pummeling things about the head makes sense that they'd be getting faster course progress. Maybe you need to be using your magic to get course progress faster? But then again, that would also mean that the alchemist needs to do alchemy to get course progress, which might not be great. But there would be a certain amount of logic to that in the fact that I'm already at 7% thief progress. It's like maybe it's using the right weapon types, maybe it's doing things that involve the things your class is benefited by, I don't know. Hey there, Callista, how's it going? We're just chopping our way through these dungeons, trying to understand how the classes for this work. Staff -5. Why am I getting all these -5 items? Sad. There we go. Don't even need to identify our targets, just destroy them. There's only 3 areas. Let's go here specifically, because that's the only place I can think of that we haven't checked all of. There's gotta be just a specific spot where this demon-faced beast is. Ah! There is something over here. Oh no, they don't know we're here. Thunk. Hey, Ryu learned a new skill, and Chiaki also learned a new skill. Look at you. That's a lot of monsters. That's a lot of monsters. It's a real shame that they are not going to stand a chance anyway. Okay, you learned cover. Very good. Kind of figured that was what she'd learned. And you learned a new passive, so you don't have anything you can do right now other than hit things. I'm gonna have these two keep throwing magic anyway, just in case they suddenly make a bunch of course progress that way. If they suddenly have a bunch more percentage toward their course, we know that magic for the magic classes is actually important to use. Even though it would be more efficient to just have them throwing rocks and things. Weapon choice mattering also would make some sense though, because that would be why our martial artist has so much class progress. And our Dragon Knight doesn't. Though she did switch to being a Dragon Knight part way, so there's also that. Stone Trap. Frog innards. Dog food. Lovely. Yeah, because we have 8%. We now have trapping. Okay. 5%. 9%. No, using their magic hasn't really made a significant change for them. Okay. I remain confused. You've gone up to 15%, 3%. The thing is, the percentages also don't seem like they matter for learning skills either. They just seem to just kind of learn them so far. I walked one step. Come on now. This is why I was interested in the character that could reduce encounter rates, because I had a feeling there was going to be situations like this. They also let you really dwell on it when a character misses. Which, that's fine. That's funny. Just like, huh, I missed. These are students, so they're gonna make mistakes. Or whetstones. Another treasure chest. That's what makes fighting all these things worthwhile. Flame bottle. Okay. Wait, that's an exit to the dungeon? Why is there two exits? Huh? Let's see if it actually exits. Oh! Right, they did say that the country was named... No, that's Nizheim, though, not the name of the country. They've got different stuff. We do have a bit more money. Not really sure there's much we can take advantage of here, though. This doesn't look like it's actually as different as I thought it would be. And since I don't know all of the recipes that I do and don't have off the top of my head, I don't really want to buy a recipe for something I already know how to make. Wait, Teacher's Whip wasn't there before, was it? I feel like I would have noticed that. Then again, it's also not in any particular order, it seems, so maybe it was there, maybe it wasn't. We'll know if we see the other whip. But I don't... no, I think that is different, because I think ordinarily the leather whip is there. So there is some differences. Just not major differences, I guess. Those Kaiser Knuckles are tempting. But that's a lot of money to pour into just one of our characters. When buying armor would be wiser. Though getting any actual armor seems to be very pricey. Oh, nothing's cursed still. Okay, so we have access to a couple other places from here, obviously once we have permission to go to those places. It's good to know. And now we have it on our world map permanently, it looks like. Okay. Let's go back to Dark Journey Forest, which we do enter from there because that's where we entered from, physically. Okay. Where's this east? I guess let's go over here because this is the only, like, unique area this area has, is where the arrows are. It's entirely possible that it was in the first section, and because I had already checked there previously, I just went, oh, it's probably not there. Wait, question mark. Suddenly a monster's voice rang out. I think I found it. My logic was sound. So let's go ahead and pulverize him. You don't need to cover anybody yet. Listen to the music that's playing for this thing, though. They're convinced this thing's serious business. So let's start putting some shields down, because I don't know what kind of range this thing has. Lowers defense. He definitely hits decently hard. And he's dead. So I think that would have been scary if we had been there immediately like we were supposed to. Instead of me getting there kind of late because I wasn't paying attention to the fact that I needed to go to the notice board. We learned a lot, though. Alright. To the exit. Floor it. Nyum. Look at me go. If I'm telling you to autopilot to the other side of the gate, do you really think I need to make a decision there? Come on now. And we'll also take a look at some of the stuff we picked up, because I wonder if that broken fang can actually be turned into something. We just ran into an entire convention of cuckoos who really do not stand a chance. And there we go. Another bunch down. Then again, it does say that people make course progress sometimes. Like, it just said there are 3 course progress. But if I actually look, once we exit, I guess maybe that's the thing. Maybe each of the courses has different amounts that it needs. And that's why these percentages seem weird. Like, they're all making progress at the same rate, but each of the courses are... some of the courses are shorter, essentially. Which is why, like, Fighter and Martial Artist are ahead of everybody else. And then Photomancer's, like, decently along, and that's why Thief is going fast. Like, maybe the first row goes fastest? To explain what I mean by first row, though, before this sounds like nonsense. Things like Common, Fighter, Knight, Martial Artist, Thief, Hunter. There's like Achan, Fighter, makes sense. Ryu was a Knight, and you'll notice she had 11 in Knight before I switched her to Drago Knight, which is all the way down there. So I'm assuming that's a harder class, a harder subject to learn. But because she made so much Knight progress, I think that's exactly how the logic there works. And I don't know why it took me that long to figure that out. Same case with the Alchemist taking a while. And of course, you know, Thief, top row. nice and fast. Trickster was down there, which is why I was getting kind of slow progress when I was a Trickster initially. And, you know, the whole dying thing probably didn't help that. Just gonna sit there and dunk on myself, because that's just how I do things sometimes. Okay, so the logic for that is starting to make sense now, at least. So we got that going for us. It was the library where I needed to go turn that in. Except no. We need to report to Dresden first. Achan's party showed the Demon Beast Fang to Dresden. That's clearly a Demon Beast Fang. I see, so you beat it. I knew you could do it from the moment I saw your faces. How was it, though? Did you like the adventure and the battles? Did you feel the danger? If you keep fighting scary beasts like that, you'll be having a way harder time. There'll be times so hard you'll want to make it so they never happened. To reset. You might even turn to God and pray for that. I wouldn't blame you for that, but my role here is to make you into strong adventurers who won't have to do that much. Anyway, you passed the first test. Here's the proof you did it. Take it. We got a cape. Nice. For the time being, go out and get some experience in the field. The next test won't be as easy. Now go. Move, move, move! Alright. We've done the thing. Now we can go make other requests. Ah, okay, so this is his next test. I guess we went far enough that we have the option to do that? So sure, we'll go ahead and do that. What is this? The books I ordered are not here at all. Said it was important. That coolitis. What is she doing? Ooh. Oh, you. This is my problem. Don't get involved. It is insolent. Though I suppose you disturb me because you want a quest. Very well. Hero hopeful in our class? Is this the one? Let us see. Looking for hero course hopefuls. Let's take Mr. Dresden's test and get stronger. Come to the dorms if you're interested. That's what it says. Oh, this is this quest. What nonsense. Dresden's tests are so boring. I certainly do not want to take them. Perhaps I should skip them. Anyway, hurry up and leave. Go to the dorms and you'll meet someone far louder than yourselves. I am concerned about the idea of somebody louder. I now understand. Whoa, you're the transfer students, right? I'm Sigmund. No, Sigmund the hero. I'm the rising star of Dragon Academy. Let's get along, and these are my friends. They don't really seem like they want to be here. There were two other students next to Sigmund. I'm Volks. Sieg and I are the same party. I mainly do caster courses. Let's get along. Bertha, you too. I'm introducing myself too. Okay, I'm Bertha. I'm taking the fighter courses. And I'm in the hero course. Achan's party tilts their heads. Yeah, I'm kind of there with them on that one. See, well, he's a hero wannabe or something like that. I'm not just a wannabe, I'll definitely be a hero. My dream is to become a hero and make the school set up a hero course. So the hero course doesn't exist. Actually, that was on the list of courses at the other school, by the way, funnily enough. I forgot to mention hero was on that list. After you become a hero, you won't have anything to learn from the course. You fool, you don't get it. You just don't get it. Being a hero is the coolest job in the world. It's being the champion of champions. Every adventurer wants to be one. Not true, I just want to make money. Basically, in this school, I'm the guy who's closest to being a hero, and these two are guided by me. Did you hear? Mr. Dresden's gonna give us a hard practical test. And that's why I set up a quest where hero hopefuls can compete over who does better on the test. Wait, no need to say it. The hero course doesn't exist yet. You probably don't have the resolve to be heroes. That's why, if I win the test, I'll make you help me set up the hero course. Got it? Sorry, he's always like this. You need the papers for the test, so here, you should go to the staff room too. Farewell! Sigmund's party left. Party had to go to the staff room to get the papers. And we bumped into somebody. As Achan's party tried to leave the dorms, they bumped into someone. It was a Felper girl wearing maid clothes. I'm sorry, quite a rush. Oh no, this is bad. We don't have the bards or her idols. Her Highness demands that she wishes to go on a distant self-study trip during the practical test. No, Your Highness. I'll excuse myself now. The maid quickly walked away. Achan's party left the dorms in confusion. Wait, yeah, staff room is where I need to report. Now, welcome. Did you come to take Mr. Dresden's practical course? Yep. Mr. Dresden left to explore or in preparation for an even more dangerous practical test that's coming later. That's why I'll be the one handing out the papers and guiding you through this one. Spiel gave the students some test papers. Your task on this practical test is to go to the Sacred Helm Shrine and bring back a helmet. The Helm Shrine is a place where dragon graduates come to offer their precious helmets once they become proper adventurers. It's a bit of a tradition. It's followed by a tradition of new students showing their ability by going to take those helmets. Oh, and you're free to use the helmets you bring. Just give them a good wash first. Helm Shrine is in a somewhat dangerous place some distance from here. It's called the Old Crusader Ravine. Oh, I know where that is. You've been there already? Yeah, it's a little weird that we got there already, but don't worry about that. It's called that because a holy celestial warrior from a foreign country going there to offer a helmet to the gods. What was the name of that legendary crusader again? The Crusader of the Winter Cosmos family. Principal! Going into the details would turn this into a history lesson, so we'll save that for later. The transfer students, I believe. I heard things about you, and I must say, you have potential. By the way, Miss Spiel, it appears that Curse Toad's party is not participating. Oh, them? It seems they just got up and went exploring in a dungeon in the backwoods. How troubling. I understand she's royalty, but... Seriously. It's got nothing to do with this class. You just go and reach the Helm Shrine. I'm giving you permission to go to the Old Crusader Ravine. Alright, we got a new dungeon to go to. Best of health to you. Luck. Alright, best of pluck? Best of pluck to you. I mean, best of health's not a bad thing to say. I think that's fine. I don't think she needed to be corrected there. Let's rest at the dormitory before we head out, though, because some of us are missing a bit of MP. And away we go. We can use the world map to go to Nozheim straight off. Or not. I guess that's to see the map, not to use the map to travel, huh? It does just say see the world map. See the world, they said. Go on journeys in the world, they said. You have to walk places, they said. I'm most upset about that last one. Anyway, running really far. I don't know why it sounds vaguely like the Freakazoid theme. Don't worry about that. Wow, we got really far before we had a fight happen. This is when everything in the Crusader Ruins is gonna be like level 10. I'm just gonna get bodied immediately. I'm assuming, though, it's not actually gonna be meant to be that dangerous because it's only 2-star. I'm very tempted to take that 4-star quest that was just immediately available and just see how badly that goes. So since we have access to the area they're talking about in it, I'm gonna assume it's not that bad. We're learning things, yay! And we're out of here. So what did we learn? I think you learned a spell? You did. I learned a skill, which was heating up. So now I can do that too if I actually ever bothered to learn the timing for that, which would probably be very helpful. So you... Oh, interesting. So the Dragon Knight can heal, but the regular Knight can't. So I did make the right choice in bringing her, since I was intending to make her a Dragon Knight anyway. I was just originally intending on keeping her a Knight till she was done with that first. And then I realized I wasn't that interested in the Knight abilities. Wait. Why can't I... Okay, there we go. It just wasn't letting me cycle to her for a moment, and I was getting confused. So, silence, confusion, and fear can all be removed now. Do you learn any other spells yet? You have Aqua now. Okay, so if something's weak to water, we can hit him with that. Good to know. Good to know. I feel like we picked up some other gear. Well... Yeah, we have the -5 staff, but I have no reason to use that. Same with the -4 harp, particularly. Or would that be better than the lyre for you? And it would give you more wisdom, but I don't really see a reason to switch to that, particularly at the moment. We did get that cape. That's defense, so... You have the least defense of the front line, so you take it. There's just something amusing to me about a martial artist with a cape. Mostly because I really feel like that would just get tangled up and it would turn into a disaster, but it would be funny. None of this is particularly helpful, and we still don't have anything for the other slots. Okay. Anything I want to sell out of what we have? The harp's worth a lot of money, actually. So sure, we'll sell that. Sell the axe we're not using anymore. For how much that short sword's worth, I'm gonna go ahead and just dismantle that. I think that'll be more useful to us dismantled. Because the price that sells for is less than the value of 10 pieces of iron. Because 10 pieces of iron would cost us 100. So I feel like the logic there is just obvious. We'll sell these academy uniforms because we don't need them. This is when something breaks our armor and I'm just like, well, guess you're just running around with your ass in the wind now, and good luck. Is there anything else I want to do here before I carry on to the next place? Well, there's one obvious thing I want to do, and that's save. In case bad things happen to us. In the new territory we're going of the Old Crusader Ravine. Oh, actually, you know what? There's one very specific thing I should do before we go here. And that is... do they sell a map? They sure do. Give me that. We'll buy the Water Sheltered Palace map while we're here, too. See, I can be taught. I can learn new enemies. We don't know what they are yet. These kind of look like mantises with wings, and then there's weird plant dudes. Oh, may as well go left or right until we know better. You guys do look like you're vulnerable to fire, though, so let's try that out. Multi-strike, 50 damage. They are surviving our attacks pretty well, and they are really hurting Chiaki a lot. Mostly just because they're all attacking her. Ooh, they can hit the back rank too. Fire was not very effective. I was right. These... so that's more like a wasp that had extra extensions added onto it. Plant foot and killer wasp. Okay. You should be okay. I'll just have heal put on you and you should be just fine. Your fire magic wasn't very effective though. I was kind of assuming that these things would be earth because they're plants, but I think it's just better to attack them at this rate. Okay, they switch targets, sort of. Okay, the plants aren't that bad. I really should be getting rid of the bugs. Also, that heal, not that effective, considering the amount of damage that was thrown down. So it may be in my best interest to actually use a group healing thing. But not have you do that. You lot kill the wasp. Instead of you using your heals, let's have you just use a healing item. Because our alchemist isn't able to do, like, super healing with items yet anyway. Oh, you have a sleep effect, too. These killer wasps are the worst. Okay, that heals for only 50, but it did heal everybody, so I think it was worth it. Does mean I probably shouldn't hold on to them as much as I thought I should. Is they're not, like, incredible, like, elixirs of saving everyone's life. Like, I was kind of hoping that they would be. Keep healing you. Yep, I kind of figured she was going to get attacked again. Okay, the plant is not that scary. But based on how much damage we actually took here, we are actually in legitimately dangerous territory here, which is nice. Empty can, though. Listen to this music. This wasn't playing before when we got a chest, right? Or did I just somehow not notice it? Whetstone, brown innerwear -3. Bacon! We got bacon! Bacon. It sure is just bacon, though. And this is just the same as the red innerwear, just it's brown instead of red. So it has protection against earth, I guess. And the empty can is just something you could throw at an enemy to do 80 damage because cans hurt. Why not? I don't know if that innerwear's any good, though. Yeah, it's definitely not better than your apron. It's not better defense-wise than your uniform. You would lose 2 defense, but you would gain magic defense, agility, and evasion from it. So it's not the worst idea, but I don't think it's worth it. If I was gonna do that, I'd give her the leotard because it gives a lot of agility. In fact, that is only 1 defense down here. Go ahead and wear that. It probably feels a little weird, but wear it anyway. This way you have enough agility to actually be able to keep up. Your agility's 20, yours is 17, yours is 15 now. Yeah, that should be a much better turn order for her, especially since she does have a heal ability now. Speaking of... Oh wow, your healing is way worse. Which is no surprise because your magic is not as strong. But it does save a couple castings from our other healer. Boy, does it take a lot to get our front ranks back on their feet fully. We definitely need to invest in some better armor, though, at this rate. There must be something here. Or, no, there isn't. Okay, very good. Just a dead end. Just the wind. I'm glad they don't know we're here, because this would be really bad for us if they did. Don't have enough MP to pulverize. Let's focus these killer wasps down now that we know how bad they are. This many plants is still scary as well, but I think that the wasps are still scarier because they have a sleep ability and they have a multi-attack. Let's just use our extra round to kill that immediately. See if we can. Okay, it took everybody to do it, but we got him. You can't target the back ranks. You can't target him. Neither can you, nor you. You lot can, but I don't think you're gonna do that well. Because you did like 2 damage with your sling. Let's see if your magic does anything against him. I do decent damage with the sling. Yeah, I think this is a good way of splitting our attacks. Ordinarily, I'd want to focus everything on one, but I want that wasp gone before he can attack. Wow, the magic is doing like nothing to them. The ranks also sometimes shuffle like they just did there, which is another reason why that wasp needs to not continue existing. Magic just doesn't seem to be the one, I gotta say. Oh, and you can't even reach him anymore. Means I probably can't either. Yep, the slings have only medium range. I can throw a breath attack back there and hope for the best, though. Hey, I still hit him. I'm assuming he'll be at the front this turn if they cycle again. Assuming I'm understanding this. No, they cycled to that one instead. And he's still all the way in the back. So I don't understand how they're cycling, but I'm assuming the game is actively choosing where they cycle to. It's not like random particularly. But with him all the way back in rank 3, we may as well clear out the rank that's in front of us as best we can. Just gotta keep an eye on the front rank's health here, because they are getting chewed up pretty bad. Let's see if some of the food we've gotten is better healing. It's interesting that the item is still here in our inventory until it's used. So you could just accidentally tell somebody to use the same item twice. It is a good thing we have people with a lot of health up front, though. Otherwise, this would be going really badly for us, considering the speed at which their health's getting chewed through. Nope, the food is not better than our magic. You can't reach him, even though there's one guy in front of you. Based on the health of all of them, though, go ahead and AoE heal. And we're gonna focus on killing that damn wasp. Oh, nice, you got a knockout. And he's dead now, which is bad for us because now that wasp is in front. But his turn already passed. Alright, kill the wasp. Please. Your health's the lowest, percentage-wise. Yep. Oh, and you were poisoned on top of all of that damage. That's why that thing needed to die. Because that is a lot of harm. We still have so many plants left to get through. That poison's gonna be a problem. Frontline, just keep on the attack. You heal her. We have anything that'll cure poison? Or are we just gonna double up on the healing? I think we're just gonna double up on the healing here. Hope for the best. Yeah, because we have no cures. You know what? You've earned it. Have some bacon. Hopefully the bacon's good since we picked it up here. I'm glad they split their damage up, otherwise we would have casualties right now. Yep, there's the damage to her. Okay, the bacon wasn't that much better than the other healing items either. This is definitely our most dangerous combat yet. I'm glad this area is a lot more dangerous than the previous one was, though, because I was worried that this was going to be a little too slow a burn for anything dangerous to happen while I was showing y'all the game. Just keep handing healing out while they clear as many of them as they can. I do love that counterattack. Just keep them stabilized. We just have to hold out for a little bit longer. Most of them are dead. Now, she has more health. You heal her. Nice. I don't appreciate that they can hit the back rank like that. And they all, like, wanted me dead in particular for some reason. Like, I knew they could hit the back rank because we'd seen them do it already, but I was not anticipating them just dogpiling me like that. Thankfully, it didn't get me killed, but if we have them do that again, it's gonna be so over for me. Nope, went for Chiaki. Okay, that's fine. And we're good. We beat them all. We got 1,873 experience for that. But only 3 progress for their courses. Deparalyzer required. A lot of money, and this chest had better have something real good in it for what we just went through. Stone Club went to the item bag. Is that an actual weapon? It is, and it is a decently powerful one. 26 damage for a one-handed rod. So, there's that. That would bring her attack up to 50, but she's already at 49. What about you? Would that be good for you? That would be 7 more attack for you. You'd lose all the neat bonuses you have, including supposedly being better against plants. Not that it was showing too much against the parade of plant life that was attacking us. But you do lose the -2 hit that you had, so sure. Go clubbing. Have a great time. And now we need to spend some quality time healing, I do think. Though we don't have a lot of healing items. It's a shame that I only have escape combat items, not escape the dungeon items, because we're already kind of in shambles here. And we're not that far in. Heal the poisoned one a bunch because she's likely to drop dead. And we are running away. We are going home immediately to regroup, rearm, and get a bit better. And nope. End the autopilot so she doesn't die. It's gonna take a lot to keep her alive right now, I think. Especially when apparently a bunch of these healing items are not great. We're almost there, though. She just has to hold out a little longer. Okay, we made it. And I did need to use, like, all of those for her to not die. Oh, that's expensive. But we will stay at the end because we need it. Okay, is there anything cool for me to sell? Well, we can sell another academy uniform. I probably should have taken that apart for strings, too. We didn't gain that much money, despite how it may seem. Legacy uniform is a slight improvement. But for how much that costs, I just don't think it's worth it. Now, I could get the robe, though, and get that for my magic attackers. Because 8 magic attack may actually be a big difference. So for 8,000, I don't know about that. I mean, the fancy lunch isn't a bad idea, but it does only target one, and it would only be used once. Is there an item that'll get me out of the dungeon, by chance? Yep, escape the labyrinth. Give me a couple of those. Wait. Why are there 2 things that do the same thing? And they're the same price. Eh? Yeah. So many different food items, and none of them presumably do that much different. May want these 7 thief tools. Special use luck +1. Now, if it's only luck +1, maybe not. I kind of assumed they'd be better than that. I probably want this Kung Fu Garb recipe. It seems like it would be useful to me. Actually, yeah. Wow, quest completion 2%, map completion 1.03%. So let that be a hint to all of you about how much there's going to be in this game, which you can look at this link right here. Because remember, the game came out today. How does this actually work? Uh-huh. You know, maybe I should have actually listened to the tutorial about that. I don't know why you would want lower compatibility between any of them, though. You would figure that you'd want high compatibility amongst the entire party. But, again, this is why I'm just gonna not toy too much with that right now. How do I get to the information that I wanted to get to? Is the fact that you can't look at recipes on the go is the thing that I'm trying to wrap my head around. Because it just seems weird to me that you can't. Oh yeah, we're gonna decompose the short sword +2. We also have a bunch more daggers we can pull the iron junk out of, but it's only 1 iron junk per dagger, so I think I'm just gonna not waste our time on that right now. I could pull the wood out of the staff, though. Because we're not gonna use this staff. This staff is not great. But we can then try to make a better staff from there. We also have so many, like, broken slings and things to try to do something with. Okay, so apparently it's just 2 wood junk to make a regular staff. So we actually got more wood junk out of that negative staff than it needed. That's odd. If I give it a... Is it just like 1 whetstone, 1 wood junk? No, it needs more than that. Okay, it needs 3 wood junk and then it becomes... No, it was only 2. Only 2 because I'm getting 1 back. So I guess it's just 2 of whatever its material is, and a whetstone makes +1 then? Or does that vary? That's a very good question. I mean, I guess we could also prove the point with the daggers as well. Whetstone. 2 iron junk. Yep. It does vary, because this one only needs 1 iron junk to become +1. Somehow I keep having 1 more than I need for all of these. Interesting. I'm obviously not going to upgrade these daggers because they're not going to be useful to me. But that's good to know. Now, what do I need with a whetstone to make you no longer as negative? Not iron junk. Silver powder? Aha! That makes silver again. Any bone? No. Rebirth powder? No. Thin skin? No. Don't know what would go into making this better. Junk? No. 'Cause I don't know what the thorn blade's made out of. That's the problem. I guess we have taken it off of the one using it, so we're probably not going to be putting it back on. Let's decompose it and find out. Crude iron. So that's why we weren't going to be able to figure that out, because we didn't have the material to make that. But now we have 3 crude iron to do probably nothing with. It being tier 2, though, explains why it was still useful even when it was minus a bunch. Let's go ahead and take apart this brown innerwear as well. Except we can't. Right, I tried to do that at the beginning of that idea, and I didn't succeed then, so I don't know why I thought it was going to suddenly succeed now. I cannot words today. Tell ya. I don't know why you can't see your alchemy recipes when you're on the go. What's the point to having an alchemist if you can't see alchemy recipes on the go? It just seems weird. Oh, that's probably why I learned the other recipes before, is because it makes the better versions of things too. Like, this makes axe, chainsaw, and golden axe. This makes tank top and white robe. I guess that might actually be useful then. That just makes capes, bell, domio bell, sling and slingshot. This makes club, sap, macana, fishing rod, and bamboo rod, so that's useful to grab. I really should have been looking for the ones that get me a bunch of recipes at once, I guess. Leather shield might not be a bad idea to get the recipe for. Ninja sword, tomahawk, hammer. Oh right, there was gloves, not leather gloves. I was confused for a second why this one had 2 recipes. Army boots were worth a lot of money, so we probably want to learn how to make those. Leather armor would be great. Probably not happening anytime soon. Sword gun. I would love to have one of those, but that's not happening. Let's grab the dagger recipe and the staff recipe just because they do teach us their upgrades. Same with the axe recipe, even though we know how to make axes already. This one... Okay. Problem is we'll have to go back to town, to the academy rather, in order to be able to actually do that, because I need to know what the recipes actually are. So we're probably not acting on that at this point. So having healed up and accomplished not much, admittedly. Say, realizing maybe I should grab some gloves for everybody then. At least this is basically just free defense. I know it's actually 2 defense, but... Right, I can't actually buy multiple of these because they only have so many. Of course the mittens that are more expensive are the ones that they had multiple of. But that's fine, it's still armor for more people. Your defense is the worst out of the 3 of us here in the back, so you're taking that. Ignoring the fact that he wasn't targeted that much. Alright. Let's see how much better or worse this goes now. At least everybody's in top shape again, so... Got a leg up on any encounter we end up in. Also, I'm now realizing that that music that I was enjoying was just this area's music, not a new song for the chest. I was just so focused on new area, looking around and keeping my wits about me that I didn't even really notice the music. Hey. Seem to be at an impasse here. I'm assuming part of checking probably ends up finding secret doors and such as well, because I'm sure they're gonna exist. 3 of you, huh? That's a yikes. That's a big yikes. Big yikes that there's really not anything I'm gonna be able to do about. And you poisoned her immediately. And all 3 of you attacked her. All of that and Chiaki missed. Thanks. The club did a lot of damage though, so there's that. We are killing them faster, but they also really savaged our team here. No trap. Hot-blooded boots -2 and shell dust. The hell do hot-blooded boots... What? Plain school boots that were resold after someone wrote hot-blooded on them. I don't know what I was expecting. I'll be honest, I don't really understand what I was expecting. Oh, the frog innards do cure poison, so... There we go, we can actually cure poison for once. There goes most of your magic again, and not even to fully heal everyone. It's only 2 this time. So that's better than what happened last time. Oh, you were knocked out and you fell asleep. They really don't like Atron for some reason. Oh, hey, we got a hanger. I can make a boomerang out of that. But I need a block of wood that I don't have. I don't remember what the recipe for the other throwing weapon was. Need more wood junk than that to be able to make the wood block as well. I guess I can just re-disassemble this. I'm not actually going to use the staff. I was using that as a learning tool. And I think I need multiple blocks of wood anyway. So I don't even know if this is going to matter. It still doesn't make a wood block. Where's this damn shrine? You would think it'd be visible. The fuck is this? Urchim. Okay. Do me a favor and... Oh, it just covers somebody, I guess. I thought I actually had to pick a target for cover, not that it would just cover somebody. That's fine. I'm kind of hedging bets here a little bit. Yep, that's kind of what I figured. It would go for the wounded one. This thing's not taking much damage from our attacks, I would like to note. Just have Ryu keep covering since she's relatively okay at the moment. Thunder? Feel the thunder? Nope, that wasn't very effective. I was kind of hoping magic might work on it better, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. Just keep hitting it. Somebody hit it! I did not catch what that was. I was moving too fast. But it didn't work, whatever it was. I think that might have been like an AoE poison. Okay, it's dead. That also wasn't that worth it. Oh, and they caught us by surprise? Oh, no. These things getting a surprise round is horrible. That worked out well the first time, did not work so well the second time she took a hit for somebody. You are not covering this time. Bunch of levels, some light tree resin that I still don't know what does. But I think we're backing up again. I'm sorry, what? Elect Blast. I see. I don't mean to alarm anyone, but this could go poorly. I don't know what those things do yet. And our team is also here. You know what? I think this might be the first time where I do the smart thing and smoke bomb. We are fucking out of here. Yep, that hurt a lot. Get us out of there. Oh boy. And they all wanted me dead. Which is just oh so extra fun. They were waiting for us to try to leave here too. They're like, the second those kids turn around and try to go home, we blast them with electricity. It's the perfect plan. We almost don't have the money to heal, which could be a problem. Blood boots aren't worth selling. We'll go ahead and sell the harp. Because we do have a stringless harp just chilling there. I just want to make sure I have enough money to rest if I need to. And I could just do the rest without getting mana back, but let's be real here. I need that mana to sustain any real amount of time. So where is our goal? Is we need to go take a helmet. And the helmet is in this ravine. There's only so much space in this ravine, so it's either in that missing bit over there on the bottom right, or that missing bit right in the middle. Unless it's right here next to us, which would be very funny. That's why I didn't want to do a regular running move. I had a feeling it was going to go really badly if I tried to run, and it did. Because they just all shredded Chiaki. Thankfully she lived, but it didn't go great. So, smoke bombing again. Because we're just gonna mulligan out of here. How much do I bet that shrine's like right over there, though? Still, getting screwjobbed like that, not worth committing. Not worth committing at that point. It was only gonna get worse from there. This fucking guy. We can take him. Did it once, we can do it again. Oh nice, we knocked him out. Still dodging attacks even though he's knocked out, but that's fine. At least it keeps him from doing too much. Nice. Stone. E-Paralyzer, Boning Knife -2, Crude Skin. Yeah, this path is probably the right way over here. Considering the whole other path didn't seem to mean anything. Yeah, I mostly just aim with those wasps not to get poisoned. As long as I don't get poisoned, I'm happy. Considering we don't really have too much of an option with that. Ripped ribbon. I assume I can make a ribbon out of that. Also, I just realized... Yeah, no, you never did learn how to cure poison. Why is fear, silence, and confusion the first 3 things she learns? Why doesn't she learn how to cure poison? Your teachers are stupid. Their priorities are bad. Okay, there's a whole other area down this way, so presumably I'm going in the right way now. And by going to another area, we may very well have all kinds of awful things happen. Is that a giant dandelion over there in the background? Right there in the middle? Looks like a giant dandelion. No, it's you! Don't stand yet, Sieg. Ah, it's good that you're not wasting time, but you fought too many battles too quickly. You idiot! A hero should never run from a monster. Ah! I hate letting you overtake us, but it'd be even worse if Sigmund died. I can beat all the enemies that come at us, but I can't bring any friends back. Let's take a rest, Sieg. Damn it! We're gonna catch up to you, you hear me? Nachan's party left the three to rest. The amount of times we rested already, they really should be much further ahead of me than this. But the hero wannabe may in fact be just that, a wannabe. That looks important. Also looks bad for my health. Gonna casually spend all of your MP again, making sure everybody's health is up before we deal with whatever is gonna happen here. But where did everybody's health even go? I feel like nothing that bad happened before we got here. Something appeared. Oh boy. So sumos and a bunch of those electric bats. I get the feeling it's gonna be a good thing that I saved, because this seems like it's gonna be bad. Like, this just has bad news written all over it. Put a shield on the one gonna be covering. Don't think your magic's gonna matter here, bud. Oh. So the whole shielding idea worked great, except that thunder really hurts. Okay, we killed one. Also, the shield went up really late there, kiddo. Could you have been a bit faster on the uptake there? Still, we killed one of them. We just also had Ryu nearly die. Position, heal thyself. You fix. Hopefully that light shield will help if anything decides to attack her. Ow. Ow. Wow, they really want Chiaki dead with the electricity, huh? Okay, she's back in this. Not great. Not enough to cover anybody again, but she's at least in a viable position. Chiaki's a very big target for them right now, so we're gonna go ahead and heal her a bit. Ow. They changed their mind. Okay, there's only the one set of them left now, but we are hurting. Like, basically everybody but Asuman is hurting right now. This is bad times. I think we focused the Elect Blasts out of this rank here. You can all survive a hit, you can't, so I need to heal you. Have any items that'll help this situation at all? We could throw the flame bottle, or the empty can. And you know what? Throw a flame bottle. And I'm just gonna hope for the best. Oh, so much for her being the only one in good shape. And he's dead. Everybody's sad that he's dead. He didn't get to throw his fire bottle. So he's gonna miss out on the experience, which really sucks, because we have no way of reviving him out here in the field either. So... dead is dead at the moment. There's a very real chance that everybody's gonna be joining him, so... Not really the most heartbreaking of situations in some ways, but not great. You know, let's see if throwing the fire bottle's cursed. I can't use it. I guess it's stuck in limbo because he was trying to use it when he died? Go, empty can for the good of the city. I'm glad I chose to heal Achan. There we go, the Elect Blast died to the empty can. We're holding. We are barely holding, but we're holding. Really need to get Asamon's speed up. This whole not being able to heal quickly thing is a fucking problem. Okay, she dodged the attack. Very good. Okay, it's just the Susumu now. Which means, actually, it's time for you to cover again, because you should be able to survive an attack from the Susumu. Nice, and you dodged it, too. Perfect. It's a real shame that he's gonna miss out on this experience, because this is probably gonna be worth a lot. Yeah, nearly 2,000, and 4 progress on their courses. Iron junk. Really, a piece of iron junk was all we got out of that, though, other than... Wow, game. So I have 2 choices, because our goal is right there. Or at least I'm presuming the question mark is our goal. I could try to push forward in our shambled state, or I Crystal Orb out, and I'm really feeling Crystal Orbing out right now. So I feel like we're just going to die. That's not productive. Right side, we did make enough money to pay for our hospital bills. Except he's still dead. Right, he needed to be treated first. I gotta waste more money now because... Wait, no, that only restores MP, not HP. Hang on. At least he doesn't have that much health to restore. Honestly, yeah, we're just gonna go as is, because 2 castings of heal is not enough to rest for. That costs too much money. We did get a pair of ripped ribbons, which we might be able to do something with. I'm going to assume it's going to be thread that'll make the ribbons work. Hey Mercury, how you been? Hopefully you're doing well. Welcome to me leading this merry band of adventurers, unfortunately mostly to their near deaths. Not actual deaths yet, but near death a lot. You only have 2 string junk. I might be able to buy the parts I'll need, though. Nope, they're not selling the right parts. I mean, I could just go back. Not that far to go back. We also don't have enough money to really be thinking about this that much. We're also so close to our goal here, so we'll just go for it. So I have some regrets. The game is like, oh, you're close to the goal, huh? Yeah. See how well that works out for you, buddy. Smoke bomb. Everybody else just defend for your lives. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, ow. Yeah, because she is, I think, the fastest one we have, so she's definitely the one who uses smoke bombs. Just unfortunately, those wasps are faster than us. This is worse. And I don't have any smoke bombs anymore. Well, I say this is worse, but it's really only worse because these things do a lot of damage with their electric attacks. As long as we shut them down pretty quickly, we should be okay. So we'll just go for it. Ow. I stand corrected, they just do a lot of damage in general, but still. They don't take that much to kill. So it'll be okay. Does mean we might be in just as bad a shape when we get to the next area again. Especially if everything keeps attacking Achan. Speaking of, cover please. You heal her. Everybody else keep firing. Okay, we're fine. That was actually less of a problem, I think, than the mantises would be. The wasps, rather. Weird mantis wasp nightmares. This guy's gonna take a bit to kill, though, because he just has a lot of defense. Good dodge, and down he goes. Some more wind powder is not a bad thing to get. We could make another wind weapon. Get me out of here. Before I go running any further and get myself in trouble, though, heal, please. Like, just imagine if I didn't have those massive health pools on the front line here. This team would just be getting shattered. I went the wrong way. I didn't even realize there was another way to go. Well, I should say I did see that there was another way to go, but I didn't remember it at the time. So you're saying there's an upgraded version of these things already? Well, only one way to find out how strong these are, and it's to... So you're telling me that the other ones were the stronger ones? I see. These were the ones I was supposed to be fighting first, and yet they were in the second part. Okay. Sometimes the universe works in mysterious ways. Sometimes it just wants you dead. I'm now regretting not having pushed forward before, but it's okay. If I had pushed forward, like this thing or something would have showed up. And there may even be a fight at the shrine for all I know. So going in there half-cocked would have led to it getting ripped off. Let me just say it that way. There were countless weathered helmets offered around a lone tree in the ravine. Achan's party, he noticed heavy footsteps. You who walks upon the sacred ground, defeat me and you may claim a helmet. Kinda figured. Wasn't really expecting a helmet golem, but I was expecting a fight. Something appeared. And now we get the rocking music again. The music of, you're in danger. Well, open the usual way, pulverize him. While we see how strong he is, go ahead and cover. And you go ahead and get some barriers up, eventually. This might be good. I still haven't really seen it do anything particularly exciting. You might be Earth-based? Because you're made out of metal? Uh-huh. Okay, we can do decent damage to him at least. The fire, however, was completely ineffective, as one would expect. I'm not gonna double down on the defense down, because I feel like it'd be better to reduce it again after 4 turns passes, because I'm betting he's gonna live through... Like, he's gonna live through 4 turns. Could spread the shields around, but let's not worry about that. Just join in the attack. Because if Ryu's gonna keep covering, then it doesn't matter if anybody else has a shield on them. Okay, so joining in the attack may not have been that effective, but it's fine. Now that she's taken that much damage, go ahead and start healing her. So far, this thing's not as scary as the things in the area around it. but I have a feeling it's going to start doing something else once it starts taking more damage. Yep, he regained defense. Time to pulverize him again. Keep covering. Keep healing. Nice evade. Not as nice an evade on him. He's not supposed to be dodging. It's only cute when we do it. And all that. Oh, Frozen in Fear, huh? That doesn't sound good. Please let this be where it dies. Nope. Okay, you can still protect while Frozen in Fear, so just keep doing what you're doing. It'll be okay. Still alive, huh? That's a shame. That's a real shame. Oop, failed to protect, so I guess there's a chance that it doesn't work, slash, with the fear, it has a chance of not working. Actually, we can cure fear. Give her a pep talk. Get her sorted out. And it's dead, never mind. See, that's the perfect cure for fear. Kill the thing that is making you afraid. There you go. Grenade acquired. Well done. The Helm Guardian collapsed and became immobile. Achan's party acquired a Great Helm. We're on time. No, we're not. You're right. Damn it, someone else was ahead of us. Hey, it's fine. They beat the Guardian, so we can just grab a helm and go back. No! It's no good. We wait until the Guardian comes back and only take a helm after we beat it. How can I show my power as a hero if I don't do that much? I just want to fight against something strong. Alright, did you hear that? Don't mind us and go back. We can still close the gap. Once we get the helm, we'll get back to the academy before you. Bring it on, Guardian! Stand! Spawn! Resurrect! Achan's party, he left Sigmund who is shouting. I'm kind of tempted to go to that area back there, but also I don't want to die. So goodbye. Hopefully that doesn't count as cheating. It's like, hell, am I just gonna walk through the nightmare territory we were dealing with there? Oh good, the fear went away on its own. You guys really think you've got this, huh? With your 1 damage to us at this point. Remember when these things were scary? I remember. I'm gonna promptly forget, though, when these things cease being able to be relevant. Kinda like now. Oh, they did give me some fancy dry meat, though. Untrapped chest. Origami. I'm assuming that's a card, because I think I saw that in the recipe list from one of the books we did buy. One for the cards. This just feels mean, that I'm gonna do this to make myself feel better. Slaughtered a lot of them. Because we do need the money after all. 1 and 2, there we go. Come on, good treasure. College uniform -5. Getting real tired of all these -5s. Doesn't offer much protection. Best to switch to something more reliable ASAP. Becomes cursed when worn by women. Yikes. Also, it has -3 defense because it's -5. Well, getting rid of that as soon as possible. That Great Helm's worth a lot of money, by the way. We're not selling that, though, because it has 10 defense. Also, we need to use it to report in right now anyway. Oh my, you're the first ones here. Wonderful. Oh, it's you. Good job managing without my direct guidance. With this, you passed the second test. That helm's covered in the blood and sweat of graduates. Use it well. Achan's party heard loud running. Woohoo, I'm first! Second. Oh, you're right. Damn it, I lost you again? Yeah, maybe if you were less busy shouting and more busy running, you might have done better. And maybe not getting your ass kicked would help. I thought I could just drag them into this so I could establish the hero cross. I messed up. Hey, the second's not bad at all. It's a nice mark on your record. You fool, the hero's supposed to be the best adventurer of all. This is not good. Damn it. Silence, fool. Don't call your friends fools. You just said it yourself. I'm allowed to. Fool and shit are praised when they come from the Demon Teach. Yeah, I'm scared. You students can have healthy competitions, but never overdo it to the point you lose your lives. And Sigmund, shut up about heroes already. There is no such course. But there's gonna be. No. But you're such a fool. Sigmund ran out of the staff room. Sieg! Oh, here are the papers we're supposed to hand in. I'll be going now. Volks and Bertha both left to chase Sigmund. He called you a fool. That's Sigmund. He just can't stop telling us to establish a hero course. Being a hero or a champion of the people isn't something you just learn to be. But isn't that the whole point to the school? Shut up! Well, even if my words don't reach him, I'm sure he'll get it if students like you demonstrate it with your actions. I'm looking forward to your performance in the next test. Study and hone your skills until then. Now go! Go forward! Just in case you forgot which direction you're going. Forward! Alright, we get to keep the helmet now. Considering the pummeling you've been taking, trying to save everyone else's lives, have 10 more defense. You're gonna need it. And that actually doesn't cause as much of a gulf in defense as I thought. I think her defense had fallen behind everybody else's again. But hey, we did it. We survived. Now we can take a look at our alchemy recipes right quick. Okay, some more tiny bones and I could make a boning knife, but it wouldn't matter because who's gonna use a knife on this team? Answer, no one. Especially since the poison knife is better anyway, and all it takes is a... Oh, it does take a split dagger, not a rusty dagger, though. The boning knife is the next step up from the dagger. Okay. Need a split rapier for that, which doesn't happen. Split saber for that. See, this is kind of the problem with the alchemy system here, is you need a broken version of the thing to make it, so you're kind of hard locked until you go to a place where you can get it. You can't actually make any leaps forward. Which, that's a good and a bad thing. That's a good way of keeping people from just either A, looking up the recipes, or B, like, just buying power, essentially, very early on, by just knowing what the recipes need. Doesn't mean I'm not disappointed that I can't do more right now. But, you know. Okay, so we only know about the dismantling results for that because we dismantled it. We didn't learn anything else about that one yet. It is interesting how there are some things you just can't even dismantle either, nor upgrade. But then again, I guess, you know, if you're beating people up with a fish, maybe that's not really meant to be upgraded. That's definitely joke weapon territory right there. I do appreciate that the flounder somehow has medium range, though. So, wait. Okay, that's the upgrade recipe. That's why it doesn't make sense. I was like, wait a minute, so I need leather armor to make leather armor? Shenanigans. I forgot that I had the other thing selected still. And honestly, when it comes to making leather armor, it looks like as soon as I get the split leather, I should really just save up for the tough skin and the iron and just skip over regular leather armor entirely. If I can. And I need Torn Kung Fu Garb for that, so that doesn't matter either. Like, a lot of the recipes, I think you can start to learn enough to start skipping needing to get them in order to be able to do recipes, because a bunch of things take the same types of materials. But there are definitely plenty of things that you would need the recipes for as well. Oh, it was only 2 string for a ribbon, but it does only give 2 defense. 1 defense. Cloak needs the hold cloak like we got, and just 4 string junk, we can definitely do that. And that'll be 2 more defense, so that'll be nice to have for some of us. We did only get the 1 hold cloak, though, so... 10 flame bottles makes a grenade. Maybe I should dismantle that grenade to get all the flame bottles out of it, then. That might be a good idea. I love that they made the grenade out of a pomegranate, by the way. I wonder if it's literally a pomegranate or if they're just calling it a pomegranate because it's pomegranate shaped. Could go either way with that one. Escape dummy is pretty funny. To the store, then. We got some shopping to do. For one thing, I want some blocks of wood. I don't remember how many I needed, so I'll just buy 5. And I need to remember to make sure not to use the alchemy thing in here. I only do my own alchemy, so it doesn't waste my money. You probably couldn't hear it, but I was tapping myself on the head the whole time I was saying that to make sure it stuck in my brain, which is not how that works at all, but it makes the point in a humorous way when it works. We've also got all these broken slings and split swords and such we can potentially do things with. For now, ripped ribbon... this junk. Actually, when I'm first making it, can I just add the hard stones and the extra string? No, that does not work. That's fine. Make it anyway. Because now I can already have it in place to strengthen it. And making it better might be worth it. We'll see. So I'm assuming that'll give it an extra point of defense. Which should be worth our while. Now the hold cloak. I forget how much string it needed, so I'll just put it all in there and call it good. I could also make this better. Oh wow, that takes so much string junk that it doesn't upgrade twice. I was kind of hoping I could get +2 out of that, but that's fine. Let's get that sorted out. You don't have an accessory yet, so you take the cloak +1. Oh yeah, the ribbon's a helmet, not an accessory. I was thinking of replacing the ribbons with the cloaks because I thought they, for some reason, were going to take the same slot. You need the ribbon more. Because it'll give you higher odds of not just getting obliterated if something does happen to hit the back rank. And, you know, the healer living, kind of important. Kind of a big deal. The origami does have medium range, but it's also only 7 attack. So it's way worse than the sling. It's kind of weird how the slings are just so good. And you can make them so easily. Something else I do want to do, though, actually, is we may as well take apart this boning knife. Oh, no, that'll only get me rusty dagger and crude iron. Wait, no, crude iron's good. That's better than the iron pieces, isn't it? Yeah, because it's iron junk we have right now. Crude iron's tier 2, so we do want that. Because we can use that crude iron to potentially make something better. Yes. In fact, Iron Fist and crude iron. Does this do anything? No. Sad. I was hoping to make an upgraded knuckle for my puncher. Did not work. Oh yeah, I didn't make this yet either. Okay, yeah, it literally was just the one block of wood, and I bought 4 more because I could. Go ahead and chuck a whetstone in there then. Make it a boomerang +1. That's only 17 attacks still, though. Why are slings just so good? Unless maybe the boomerang will hit more than one target? And the sling also has long range instead of medium range. Though I guess it does allow you to have an extra hand as well. Like if you are one of the throwing classes, I guess... Yeah, if you're a throwing class and you can learn dual wielding, which theoretically I think there is one that does that, you could throw 2? Which would make it more worthwhile? Or like throw the boomerang and have a shield? What is the best weapon for... And you do learn dual wielding at some point. Obviously, your best weapon is daggers, but we're not putting you up front to use your daggers. Actually, wait. You learned something that lets you... Yeah, there's backstabbing. And robbery can attack any enemy. Doesn't say anything about backstabs anywhere in here, though. Oh, wait, no, reduce the rate of backstabs and preemptive attacks. That's them getting attacks on us. Right. The attacks that go towards us, not towards them. Those attacks. Right. Is there anything else I can actually do anything with here? The light tree resin is... interesting. Split wood sword. Can I do anything with that? Not with the blocks of wood, that's for sure. Silver powder. Oh, nope. That just makes silver again. I always get caught by that. It's like, ooh, and then no. Not the iron junk. Was it wood junk that made the sword that the soul came from? Probably. Apparently we're also out of wood junk. No, we aren't. It's right there. Where? I am officially confused again. Oh, it needs a snake fang to make the Bognox. Dang. That's why that didn't work. Because that is the one downside to trying to jump ahead as far as some of this goes, like we were talking about before. Because otherwise, I have all the crude iron I need to make a longsword, for example. Which would be a huge upgrade for us. But I don't have the scrap part for it. And the shop doesn't really sell scraps, fortunately. See, it's only selling the ones I sold to them back to me, which doesn't help. Which I guess makes buying your gear better than making it, as long as you can afford it. Huh. I see. Like, I know I'm burning a lot of time trying to work this out, but that is the part of the game that I'm most interested in. It may not be the part everybody's as interested in, but it's the part I'm interested in. Because there's so much you can do with it, but also so much that you can't. Oh, you. You come here to take a quest? I don't think it's a good time to get close to her. Then again, you're classmates, so I guess you should get to know Kirstort better. Alright, let's go together. Achan's party went deeper into the library. What is the meaning of this? I most certainly told you to put my entire biography in this library. All 100 volumes of the charming princess Kirstort's Final Fantasy story. My sincerest apologies. We have not yet found enough bards to write them all. And what of the plan to make idols sing praises about me? We also had trouble finding enough students for the idol course. Unacceptable. I need anyone I can place the blame on and decapitate them. Someone whose execution wouldn't hurt the unity of the class, commoners ready to be bullied. Do you have any transfer students? Hi. This is a bad time, huh? Oh, you come into my library again! So this is perfect this time. Well, would you help me relieve stress by getting executed? I mean, that depends. Can I be brought back to life afterwards? Is we do have revival services here. As long as you're willing to pay for me to be brought back to life, go nuts. Most excellent. Now, do we use an ultra guillotine or teleport you into a rock? Can I have the first one since it's easier to bring me back to life from that? Highness, please reconsider. His Majesty said if you tried to execute your classmates again, he would reduce your allowance. Oh, I completely forgot. How dull. Well, I may tolerate this. Although I was hiding my status from you all the time. No, you weren't. Seems you finally saw me in my high-class behavior. Introductions are easy. Why not do that much? Be silent. I actually just thought that it was a good time to show the transfer students my glory. And so I put that quest as to your holding, Princess of the Netherrealm. Oh, and it seems to have hooked you. Well then, I'm Kirstort Neustein. The first princess of the glorious royalty ruling the land Draken is in, the kingdom of Neustein. And this is Kulitus, my chief maid. And I believe we met in the student dorm. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My family is in the bloodline of the champion who defeated Arch-Sorcerer Agathion. You may worship me now, on your knees. Achan's party tilted their heads. You do not know even that? You're truly rural commoners. Kulitus, go on and tell me. A few centuries ago, there was an evil Diablos known as the Arch-Sorcerer Agathion. He tried to revive the Dark Overlord Agormort and bring the continent to its ruin. And the one who so gloriously defeated him was a young Diablos champion. It's my ancestor and the founding king of Neustein. There, you may revere me now. They say that the founding king was also a Draken graduate. But there was a fire in the reference room sometime after the battle against Agathion, so we don't know his grades. There's no doubt he was a capable student, just like me. This reminds me, I believe there was a test from Dresden recently? Yes, you may also want to say Mr. before his name. Very well, Mr. Dresden. Now you transfer students. Your quest is Princess in the Netherrealm. In it, I will show you my perfect performance in the coming test. And have you know the immense gap between you commoners and us royalty. It's an act of benevolence on my part. Be grateful. You'll both do the test as well as learn to revere me, killing two birds with one stone. Now, Kulitus, let us accept the test and gather our party members. I believe about 30 should do. That should make it a leisurely adventure. Kirstort and Kulitus left the library. Getting her attention isn't a very good thing. Kirstort and Seek are like two eyes of the storm in our class. We'll be taking the test too, by the way. Don't forget to get the papers from the staff room. Folks walked away. Party should get the papers. We will not be getting the papers because this was as far as I was planning on going for this demonstration. I just wanted to give a hook as far as that quest goes. Well, more accurately, I wanted to go see what the quest board had, and then we ended up with that hook for that quest. So we also, yeah, we have Princess in the Netherrealm, which we technically took. We have the Principal's Request, which is to maintain the Principal's body, apparently. And we still have that level 4 quest just chilling there. And we can look at our records. Take a look at all the enemies we fought. Which I'm assuming in between these is probably like all the upgraded versions of them. Nightfoot, Helter Scout Caterpillar, which we only saw the one time and it never showed up again. Lightning Bug. Oh wait, no, maybe not, because Lightning Bug's by itself, and that's a recolor of the other thing, which is all the way down here. The Demon-Faced Beast and Urchim are over here. Huh, this thing's weaker than Urchim. Interesting. Helm Guardian had 1,568 hit points, and we still took him, so there's that. There's 14 pages of creatures, a lot of pages of equipment, a lot. We're not going to really dig into that. You can look at the profiles of everybody if you want to look at that. Yeah, see, they've got multi-courses, like Sigmund's a common fighter. Earth is just a fighter, Volks is a Hydromancer, Geomancer, so there must be a way to get other courses. Ooh, Kalitas is a samurai. Interesting. I'll need to figure that one out at some point if I'm going to keep playing this, which I probably will. So this may very well turn into a my own time game, because I very much enjoyed this. I don't know how much y'all enjoyed watching it, but hopefully you did, and you are interested in picking the game up at that link mentioned right there. Is once again a reminder to everybody, this was a key that was provided to me through the service Lurkit, so bear that in mind. But I will be finding us somewhere to go, because my throat is definitely getting a little tired of my shenanigans, and I want to save some power for Abiotic tomorrow, because let's be real, we are going to be playing that for a good long while again tomorrow, probably. Considering how those sessions go every time. So best not to burn myself out beforehand, you know? Let's see where we're going. Went over there last time, so we're not going there right now. Interesting that she's still going. Real late. And of course, business as usual, talking schedule while we do this. Today is Thursday, so tomorrow, like I just mentioned, is Abiotic Factor, or with Mel. Saturday, I'm gonna just kind of make it up as I go along, because as I mentioned, since next week is the Clearathon, we will not be doing short run Saturday as normal. Though there's a couple things that went into 1.0 recently, I may just show some of those off on Saturday, because that should be a good time. And then next week, as mentioned, will be the Clearathon. If any of you are unfamiliar with the Clearathon, it is a subathon of sorts. I will be running a timer on what I get done there. As long as y'all can keep the timer alive, I can make the challenge a success. The goal being each day to clear X amount of games within that day with how I'm going to be running it this time. Because each day is going to have a theme. So one of the days will be themed around a system, one of the days will be themed around a genre, and it'll just work like that. Y'all will have incentives and opportunities to do things. Things like changing the game, resetting a game, things of that nature. More than likely. I haven't committed to having those incentives this time, because with it being a little bit more sub-based this time, I don't actually know how well those incentives will work. I was supposed to have done all the planning already, and as you might imagine, as usual, I've procrastinated it. So, I'll figure it out. It'll be okay. Don't worry, everything's gonna be fine. I hope. But with all that said, I still need to figure out where we're going. I do have some good options in front of me, I just need to make a choice between them. Oh, neat. Somebody else is playing Whisper Mountain Outbreak. It was a fun game. Part of me wants to take us somewhere new, and part of me's like, hey, you know you're tired already. Maybe don't push your luck. Just a thought. I'm also trying to see if there's anybody that I would be like, yeah, they probably would be interested in this. That's always fun, as well as introducing the game to the person you're rating, because they might actually be interested in the game. I can't believe that, like, no one on my list is playing an actual RPG right now. Oh wait, no. No, hang on, there's a couple. I just had to read those titles a little more carefully because they're long titles. Maybe we'll go to one of them then. It would keep on topic. I really don't like how indecisive I am with these things, but we all are well familiar with that by now. Let me take a look at where some of these are at, and we'll make a decision from there. I don't want to jump over to somebody that's about to end, after all. That would be a good one to go to, but it's also going to be a lot. So let's not do that one right now. It's been a while since we've been over there. But at the same time, that's gonna be a whole thing, and I don't even have to click on that to know that that's gonna be a whole thing. One of these days, I will get better at making these decisions. Today is apparently, as usual, not that day. But that's the dream, is that I get better at making fast raid decisions. What the hell am I hearing out there? Somebody's banging on metal or something. I don't know what the hell's going on. That's a whole other thing to figure out. I have no idea what's going on with that. It being indecisive. I swear I need to just like get a big spinner. Not necessarily just get a wheel or anything, just get like one of those board game spinners and then just spin that whenever I have this problem. Just assign a bunch of random numbers to it and then just flick the thing and see what happens. I can usually narrow it down to a handful. It's just making the decision between that handful where it becomes a problem. It's the classic, I want to support all of my friends, but too many of my friends are doing things at the same time. And they're not connected, so it's not like I can just support one and support all of them by doing that. That doesn't work. Actually, we might have an opportunity to go see a new friend. Let me see whereabouts they're at. You know what? We're doing that. It may be hard for them to respond to us, but I've been having such a good time talking to them after I met them technically only a couple days ago, we had become mutuals on social media not that long ago either, but I made an effort to start talking to people more, and she was one of the people I reached out to and had a very good conversation with, and we've been talking since then. So basically, consistently for the past like day or two. Before I make it sound like more than it actually is there. But we'll go see Amara Mortalis, who, like I said, has been very kind so far. So, by all means, let's give some support that way, shall we? They're playing Repo with a bunch of friends, so it should be a good time for everybody to watch. Thank you all so much for giving me your time, as usual. I do appreciate y'all taking the time to be here. And I will, like I said, be back tomorrow. We don't need to go back over schedule again. Good night, everybody.